whatever the occasion, with ATL, you can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life.
Ever since our doors opened, our vision has been one: getting family businesses to the top, armed with the following values: leadership, excellence, adaptability, and discipline. We are building the family capital of enterprising African family businesses to ensure continuity for the next generation. Ravens Consulting GH is there to help family businesses succeed through education, governance, consulting, and events like the Africa Family Business Summit
Today I'm going to show you how,
which is the biggest gathering of family businesses and business experts. With our experience and technical know-how, we are ready to serve you. For partnership and enquiries, please contact us today on 0202 712 647 or visit our website at www.ravens-consulting.com. Ravens Consulting, legacy to the next generation. Ever since our doors opened, our vision has been one: getting family businesses to the top, armed with the following values: leadership, excellence, adaptability, and discipline. We are building the family capital of enterprising African family businesses to ensure continuity for the next generation. Ravens Consulting GH is there to help family businesses succeed through education, governance, consulting, and events like the Africa Family Business Summit AFBS, which is the biggest gathering of family businesses and business experts. With our experience and technical know-how, we are ready to serve you. For partnership and enquiries, please contact us today on 0202 712 647 or visit our website at www.ravens-consulting.com. Ravens Consulting, legacy to the next generation. Ever since our doors opened, our vision has been one: getting family businesses to the top, armed with the following values: leadership, excellence, adaptability, and discipline. We are building the family capital of enterprising African family businesses to ensure continuity for the next generation. Ravens Consulting GH is there to help family businesses succeed through education, governance, consulting, and events like the Africa Family Business Summit AFBS, which is the biggest gathering of family businesses and business experts. With our experience and technical know-how, we are ready to serve you. For partnership and enquiries, please contact us today on 0202 712 647 or visit our website at www.ravens-consulting.com. Ravens Consulting, legacy to the next generation. Ever since our
Benchmark, we only provide high quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okponglo Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark. How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okponglo Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark. How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okpongno Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark. How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okpongno Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark. How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high quality training in globally recognized professional.
Ever since our doors opened, our vision has been one: getting family businesses to the top, armed with the following values: leadership, excellence, adaptability, and discipline. We are building the family capital of enterprising African family businesses to ensure continuity for the next generation. Ravens Consulting GH is there to help family businesses succeed through education, governance, consulting, and events like the Africa Family Business Summit AFBS, which is the biggest gathering of family businesses and business experts. With our experience and technical know-how, we are ready to serve you. For partnership and enquiries, please contact us today on 0202-712-647 or visit our website at www.ravens-consulting.com. Ravens Consulting, legacy to the next generation.
Minute by minute goals. Dreams without goals are just dreams, and they ultimately fuel disappointment. Goals on the road to achievement. Dreams cannot be achieved without discipline and consistency. Dreams. Just dreams, and ultimately true desire. Disappointment. Dreams without goals. Anything yearly goals, good, goals, daily goals, monthly goals, is God's proof to minute by minute goals. Dreams without goals are just to indicate that it's yours already. Disappointment. Goals on the road to achievement cannot be achieved without.
Do you know how powerful you are? Today is not my day. Today is your day. Today is about the power of you. Do you know how powerful
is God's proof to you?
Whatever the occasion, with ATL, you can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life. Whatever the occasion, with ATL, you can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life.
able to produce some different kinds of results in your life. See, most people, you ask them, hey, look here, I'd like for you to do this. And they'll say, I'll try. I'll try means that is my escape clause. When I don't come through, it's really a polite no. I don't have the courage to tell you no, so I'll tell you I'll try. They don't want to commit themselves because commitment means, among many things, no excuse is acceptable. That's what it means, no excuse. That if you decided that you're going to do this, if it becomes hard, then do it hard. See, whatever you're doing, however you spend your time, that tells you who you are. So think about what it is you like to create in your life experience. Once I look at how you commit your time, once I do an evaluation on how you spend your time, I can tell you exactly what you're committed to.
The only way forward is to decide that you want that dream so bad that you are going to work harder, you're going to get up earlier, you're going to stay later, you're going to push past the people who doubted you and laughed at you and hated on you. I want you to be fearless. I want you to be decisive. I want you to make a decision right now that when you fail and you fall to your knees, I want you to remember the power of you, and I want you to get back up on your feet. Make a decision today that when you're in the darkness, you'll remember the power of you. You are your own light. You will change the world.
Dreams without goals remain dreams, just dreams, and ultimately fuel disappointment. Dreams without goals, yearly goals, life goals, daily goals, monthly goals, hourly goals, minute by minute goals. Dreams without goals are just dreams, and they ultimately fuel disappointment. Goals on the road to achievement cannot be achieved without discipline and consistency. True desire in the heart for anything good is God's proof to you, sent beforehand to indicate that it's yours already.
Do you know how powerful you are? Today is not my day. Today is your day. Today is about the power of you. Do you know how powerful you are? And one day, you'll be sitting in the dark, and you're going to be asking yourself, what am I going to do now? Then you're going to ask yourself again and slow it down. What am I going to do now? But in that moment, I want you to remember the power of you. You see, when you're in that darkness, you want to sit there and wait for the light to come. When you're in that darkness, it feels uncomfortable, but you can't wait and sit in that darkness. The only way out is to step forward, to face your fears, to become your own light.
You can make the commitment to your life that you don't like the results that you have and that you're going to do something about it. See, that power is available to all of us. People who look at life and decide, I want something different for myself. You can only have two things in life, reasons or results. The only thing that counts are results. And results don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. When you keep your commitments, you're able to produce some different kinds of results in your life. See, most people, you ask them, hey, look here, I'd like for you to do this. And they'll say, I'll try. I'll try means that is my escape clause. When I don't come through, it's really a polite no. I don't have the courage to tell you no, so I'll tell you I'll try. They don't want to commit themselves because commitment means, among many things, no excuse is acceptable. That's what it means. No excuse. That if you decided that you're going to do this, if it becomes hard, then do it hard. See, whatever you're doing, however you spend your time, that tells you who you are. So think about what it is you like to create in your life experience. Once I look at how you commit your time, once I do an evaluation on how you spend your time, I can tell you exactly what you're committed to.
The only way forward is to decide that you want that dream so bad that you are going to work harder, you're going to get up earlier, you're going to stay later, you're going to push past the people who doubted you and laughed at you and hated on you. I want you to be fearless. I want you to be decisive. I want you to make a decision right now that when you fail and you fall to your knees, I want you to remember the power of you, and I want you to get back up on your feet. Make a decision today that when you're in the darkness, you'll remember the power of you. You are your own light. You will change the world.
I was a big dreamer, you know, and so my job was to clean these 7 floors between Friday and Sunday. So every time I would go to the 7th floor was the CEO's office. So I would bust in like I was the CEO. I'm dreaming like I'm the CEO now. And who would have ever thought? I've been blessed. And here I am the CEO of my own company.
Well, I think that the number one thing is you have to have a very clear vision, a very clear goal of where you want to go, because only then you will get there. You can have the best airplane or the best ship in the world, but if the captain doesn't know where to go, he will just drift around. If the pilot does not know where to go, he will just drift around with his plane. So I think the key thing is that we know where we're going, and that you're very passionate about that. You see it always in front of you, the goal.
To thrive in whatever you do, please understand your terrain. Know what your target is. Don't guess.
Daddy, I know me, but you know let her come out. Daddy, I know me. Daddy, I know me, but you know let her come out. Daddy, I know me. Ha! Ujamewe ajinji Enyeni sunkwani kumyo Mafewa Hey Odobe bada benia Odobe bada benia Misumi mua Meniswagi mia Misumi mua One more time, yeah. Now me say slow down. Let me talk to you, my baby. Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you, baby. All night, yeah. Let me talk to ya, to ya, to ya. Hey, I don't be bad up in ya. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't be bad up in ya. Do 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 do. Me so me mo, me ni swag me me so me mo, yeah, yeah, oh, Biba money me, yeah, oh, Biba money me, yeah, no Biba money me, nasa woman me, money me, I catch it for, and no na me dear, Biba me this one, Biba money me, hey, oh, Biba money me, oh, Biba money me. Yeah, no Biba money me, oh, nasa woman me, money me, I catch it for, and no na me dear, me paper me this one. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Reynolds the Gentleman, and I'm here to share a few Kujinchi classics with you. I hope you enjoy. Send me, I will say what domino. Shena wante makoma. Made makoma crew wachewa. Ubiti mi asheno ma. Adia me pen your doctor swa. Bode me beye would desert. So would you wear any baby now me? Now would they may have a foul no more? Would they may be able to suffer through? Day and then wash it shiny. All the side, yeah, me patch. Miss your family, see, now marry us now, I'm watching me go, dear. Mary Tefrenya would talk. Kwani dodie me fata me penya obepe me anya obepe me nyenyo baby me wanga enfa me go into me standing odo me fa me go enfa me go Susotina yeko so muchinja uchnes wojada no pacho uchnes woria se odenje metiko Kwani dodie me fata me penya obepe me anya obepe me nyenyo bedi me mwagro enfa me ko into me standing all the men fa me ko enfa me ko enfa dia me fata me penya obepa me mi anya obenya me nyeni obedi me Can I serve you more? Thank you. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Let's go. So they are born and now it's me friend bro. Grandma menje was so not to my go cry and no one I mean no be fra. Oh, me don't catch you, me don't get to a wet you know, oh be any ho. Oh, me don't catch you. Said you come so big room and me where not done was to come to me bro or day but I never know want me touch my soul or day but I never know want me touch my soul me say me no pen what me no be walking over, me no be yeah. Young boy. Bombe como de oro casa, bona bon como yepide, bona bu casa tua. Bombe como de oro casa, hey, bona bon como yepide, bona bu casa tua. Yeah, como yepide, bona bu casa tua. Oro casa, hey, oro casa, I want to meet you, oro casa. What I want come more to, oh, yeah, yeah. Take it home. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the evening. My name is Reynolds, gentlemen.
Ever since our doors opened, our vision has been one: getting family businesses to the top, armed with the following values: leadership, excellence, adaptability, and discipline. We are building the family capital of enterprising African family businesses to ensure continuity for the next generation.
You can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life.
With your evolving role in the workplace. At Benchmark, we only provide high-quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okpongno Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark. How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high-quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in AC.
The top, armed with the following values: leadership, excellence, adaptability, and discipline. We are building the family capital of enterprising African family businesses to ensure continuity for the next generation. Ravens Consulting GH is there to help family businesses succeed through education, governance, consulting, and events like the Africa Family Business Summit AFBS, which is the biggest gathering of family businesses and business experts. With our experience and technical know-how, we are ready to serve you. For partnership and enquiries, please contact us today on 0202-712-647 or visit our website at www.ravens-consulting.com. Ravens Consulting, legacy to the next generation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The energy is too low. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We've been running this in Cape Coast for 8 years, and it's our first time in Accra. Are we excited about that? Let's match the energy. Are we excited about that? Wonderful. Apex Human Consult, we are here in Accra with the What I Wish I Knew Conference 2023. How about another resounding applause? This afternoon into the evening, we've created a platform where we're going to share some knowledge, we're going to derive inspiration from each other, and collaborate. It's a good platform to network, and we're delighted to serve you the What I Wish I Knew conference here in the University of Ghana Business School. My name is Austin Somwa, and I'll be the MC keeping you company in this afternoon's engagement. You are at the right place, at the right time, with the right people. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. For now, though, permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to give you our convener, the convener of the What I Wish I Knew conference, Dr. Benateria. He's on the screen. Let's focus our attention to the screen as we receive a message from him.
Hello, my name is Benateria. I'm an assistant professor in accounting and finance at Bristol Business School, and more importantly, the convener of the What I Wish I Knew conference. It's an absolute delight and pleasure to welcome you all to the 9th. Hello, my name is Benateria. I'm an assistant professor in accounting and finance at Bristol Business School, and more importantly, the convener of the What I Wish I Knew conference. It's an absolute delight and pleasure to welcome you all to the 9th edition of the What I Wish I Knew conference. It's always a humbling experience to give an opening remarks at a WIWIK conference. For the last 9 years, the WIWIK conference has become a beacon of hope and inspiration and guidance for young minds, and I believe this afternoon's edition will be no exception. This year's conference is on the theme, Thriving in Uncertainty, a conversation on entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship. My ask is, what will become of soon-to-be graduates? It's important to understand that in such uncertain times, we need to foster entrepreneurial mindset and support people who might be on the entrepreneurial journeys. And this is what I believe our lineup of speakers will do this afternoon, providing you with simple toolkits and actionable recommendations that can help you navigate the uncertainties we find ourselves in. Whether you are here for an inspiration or to pick some practical advice or connect with like-minded people, I believe this platform will offer you that and more. Permit me to say a special thank you to our general sponsors, without which this event would not have happened. And many thanks to all our speakers, near and abroad, and those who are joining through the power of technology. Help me say a very big thank you to them for their most thoughtful gifts, their time, and I hope we can make this impactful journey together. And to you participants in here gathered, I'd like to entreat you to actively engage, listen, ask questions, and make the most of all the conference offers. Hoping you have the best conference experience, and wishing you all the very best. Your convener, Bernard, and once again, welcome on board. Thank you.
Know that trends, it's all about the trends, but this is impactful trends. And so share the experience on Twitter. The hashtag is WIWIK 2023_UGBS. Did we get that? WIWIK 2023_UGBS. That's where we are, right? Wonderful. A couple of people are putting together this conference for our benefit, and I'd like to acknowledge them. First on our list is Ravens Consulting GH. They are partners. Also, they are Kosombo Textiles Limited, ATL. We have as well Benchmark Executive Business School, Crescendo Consult Limited, ACCA, and the University of Ghana Business School. We'll take turns to hear messages from them. For now, though, ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome the owner of this land, the Dean of Business School, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Justice Bawale. A round of applause for him. It's quite a journey up here, so let's keep clapping till he gets here.
Hello, good afternoon. And thank you, Austin, for the warm introduction. There are a lot of very good friends here. Mr. Wabi, great to have you again. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am really excited that you are here today. And as a school, we are happy to partner in this great conversation. And it's so important for us as a school that we commit our resources to doing what it is that you are doing. And when we find like-minded organizations and individuals, I think that we have no other excuse but to push it as hard as we can. It is no gainsaying that in our era, the turbulence, the uncertainties, and the chaos that exists is enough to frighten the hell out of every young man who is stepping out there after school. Of course, as a school, we have our mandate. Typically, we would have to go to our lectures, teach, and certificate people, and proceed to make noise and all the fanfare about what it is that we have taught, and those that will make classes here or there. Today, it is no longer the case that if you were to teach and certificate young people and you push them out to the world, you would have succeeded in doing what your mandate is. Our mandate now requires us to do more. And do more means that we must look out for areas where impact can be made and how those impacts can be felt across the world. It is within this that, as a school, we have committed resources with the help of our partners to establish a fresh and brand new innovation and incubation hub, which is already, in a matter of 6 months, affected some 27 groups of students, each group made up of at least 4 undergraduate students working from business school to cover engineering to agric to pharmacy and wherever. Our hub requires a lot of support, and part of the support we have received has meant that we are able to make impact beyond the university's corridors. In the past 6 months, we have been everywhere across Ghana, helping women to upscale their activities and to show them how to commercialize and make more profit. In actual fact, some over 300 women across the country have been impacted by our activities from our innovation and incubation hub. Today, I see here very committed people to this cause, and there is one thing that I can say, that we are as committed as you are, and therefore, as we say, come join us and let's see how we transform the landscape of Ghana and Africa. In fact, we got to be able to give confidence to young people, and I think that conferences such as this helps to push the frontiers and help young people to put themselves together and accumulate some confidence that they can face the world with. On that note, I want to thank all of the partners in this and to welcome you to the University of Ghana Business School and wish all of us a very happy conference. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Justice Bawale, the Dean of the University of Ghana Business School. Thank you very much, sir. We'll also take a message from another partner. They are partnering us keenly in this knowledge-sharing experience, and we are delighted to receive the Graduate Student Association of Ghana President. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Peter Mensah.
It's my pleasure. Okay. Mr. Chairperson, Professor Justice Bawale, special guests, all special guests of the occasion, Graduate Student Association members, the executive of Grasshag, and the representations from APS Human Consort, all student gathered, and all protocol observed. Today, we've gathered here to embark on a journey of striving in uncertainty, a conversation on entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship. What I wish I knew in 2023, commemorating the 75th anniversary of University of Ghana, the 60th anniversary of Graduate School, and the 30th anniversary of Grasshag UG. This summit is not just about building capacity, but also about enhancing knowledge to foster innovation and success in the world of entrepreneurship as aspiring entrepreneurs. As aspiring entrepreneurs, the path ahead may seem uncertain and daunting, but we must remember that embracing uncertainty is the key to growth and progress. It is in this moment of ambiguity that true opportunities for innovation lie. It is through this summit that we aim to equip you as graduate student and student of the University of Ghana with the tools to navigate and excel in this ever-changing global landscape. Capacity building is essential, but it's equally important to continuously increase your knowledge and skills. The world is evolving rapidly, and as aspiring entrepreneurs, you must stay at the forefront of emerging trends, technologies, and ideas. Embrace the spirit of lifelong learning, for it is what will set you apart as inventors and visionaries. Entrepreneurship is a vital aspect of today's dynamic world. Recognizing this, Grasshag has placed a strong emphasis on nurturing entrepreneurial skills among our members by the exposure to this business experts, and in partnership with Apex Human Consult and University of Ghana Business School. We believe that by fostering an entrepreneurial mindset, we empower graduates to create their own opportunities, contribute to economic growth. Through various initiatives organized such as the workshops, mentoring programs, Women's Summit, networking events, we have encouraged innovation, creativity, and pursuit of entrepreneurial drive. Firstly, in all these, it is important to note that stakeholder roles are very, very important. The university plays a pivotal role in shaping the entrepreneurial drive of graduate students and all students, as a matter of fact. We therefore want to plead with the university management to create a friendly ecosystem for research work, which will pave the way for the next generation of entrepreneurial leaders to strive. Equally, it is important that government set a conducive environment so that students and the youth of today who long to go into entrepreneurship, their business and entrepreneurship ideas will strive. Grasshag, with a single honor, is introducing a research support scheme with the sole aim to support captivating concept of entrepreneurship, which graduate students will be committing to intensive research, and the association will be committing to supporting such intensive research. This is a testament to the importance of utilizing research and knowledge to drive innovation and tackle challenge head-on. But we cannot achieve this vision alone. In view of this, we are appealing to benevolent individuals and organizations to lend their support to this special scheme so that we can create this enabling environment that research become a beacon of business invention and then entrepreneurship. Today, we have gathered here to learn. Let's embrace this opportunity and take the best out of it. Long live Grasshag, long live University of Ghana, long live Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also partnering us, ladies and gentlemen, is the premier family business consulting firm in Ghana. Their CEO is here with great joy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Dr. Dennis Otting from Ravens Consulting GH.
Amazing partners and sponsors of this event, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I'm from Ravens Consulting, and we are a family business consulting firm. Somebody will ask that, what is a family business? It's not a new question. It's a concept that is new on the continent and even in the country. I encountered the concept of family business when I was going to pursue my doctorate. Very unfortunate, because family businesses make up about 80% of businesses in Ghana and then the whole world. We know of a lot of businesses that have succeeded who are family businesses. And it is very important that we give this group of people enough attention. The Bible says that a wise man leaves inheritance for his children's children. So the litmus test of your legacy is when you have been able to transfer your legacy to your grandchildren. And this is the passion of Ravens. This is the passion. A family business is a business that has majority of its shares owned by a family and being controlled by a family. And then they have the intention to transfer this business to the next generation. That is a family business. I want to say that Ravens, what we do is to give the holistic development of businesses, giving it the human capital, the social capital, the financial capital, intellectual capital, and spiritual capital. All these are needed to build kind of a holistic, a 360 wealth that will be transferred to the new generation. What is it when you build financial capital, but there is no human capital to manage it? So that is the aim of Ravens Consulting. Our services, we do crisis consulting. When there's a conflict in the business, and especially about the family business, you want us to come in to help, we step in, we help you. If you need us to build a governance consulting, or you need us to build a governance strategy for your business, Ravens is there for you. We also do the Africa Family Business Summit. The just ended one was at the Kempinski in June. It was on the 29th and 30th of June. AFBS gathered participants from South Africa, from Kenya, from Togo, from Zimbabwe, and then from Nigeria. Amazingly, Ghanaians were very well presented. And that is what we do. We want to build family businesses on the continent. You can visit us on www.ravens-consulting.com. Pick our number, let's have a chat. But because this is majority of a student event, I want to share with you 4 success stories that you will benefit a lot. I am included. So the first story I want to share with you, it's someone who finished school and immediately entered the family business. So the business owner is a customer of ours, of my business, and then they were doing amazing on Instagram. And I told her, you are doing amazing on Instagram. She said, no, it's my daughter. When she finished school, she entered and started opening another sector of the business, focusing on social media and making waves with the social media. And that is digital transformation. The new generation has that power. I want to entreat you, you can learn from this. These success stories are themed, go back to your family business. When you go back, you have the power, you have the digital power, you have the diversification mindset, you have a lot of experience and knowledge that the old generation may not. So when you go back, you can do a lot to your family business. That is number one. Number two is myself. I finished school, I did national service, and my auntie called me that I need you in the business. I decided to leave because at that time, it wasn't normal for that organization that I did national service in to employ a national service personnel. But I was employed, and I turned out that offer and then joined my family business. I remember one of the managers in the organizations that I did a national service came to our business, our family business, to check on me. When he came, my office was dusty, And it wasn't that posh like the organization that I did my service. And he was like, hey, Dennis, now ahana wabeshe. And I told him that I have a vision. I want to contribute to my family business. For your information, Samsung started like as a small fish distribution company. That is Samsung. You are talking of big companies like Ford, Toyota, and all companies, and they started small like your mom, your dad, or your auntie's small shop. That's how they started. And who should develop that business? It is you. And that is what I took upon myself to come back to their family business and contribute to its success and make it a multinational company. And that is the vision. I think when we get this mindset to contribute to the small businesses that our parents, our aunties, and our family people own, we will make much waves on the continent and we'll do great things on the continent. The third story I want to share with you is somebody resigned and came back to their family business. The person is doing marvelously well. She has independence. She has a lot of time to develop herself and make more money in her family business than even in the bank. The last one, I don't have an example, but I can tell of Colonel Sanders of KFC. He founded KFC when he had retired from the military. And he did it, and now all of us, how many of us have eaten KFC today? You are enjoying KFC, and then KFC has a lot of companies and franchises around the world. And that is the story. If you decide to build something remarkable, a legacy, go back to your family business and help. There is a book written by Wes Hall, and the title of Wes Hall is a Jamaican-Canadian entrepreneur. He's a very big guy. And he wrote a book called No Bootstraps, When You Are Barefoot. That means that bootstrap means you are using the resources you have to get advantage to yourself. But what if you don't have any resource? What if you don't have a family business? That is the question. And today, we will share more on entrepreneurship, and help you. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the stories I want to share with you. Go back to your family business, develop the business, and boost of developing a legacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dennis Otting. Ladies and gentlemen, at WIWIK, a key feature is the distinguished speakers that we have at our disposal. They are men and women who are busy in their own right, but they've been gracious to join us in this knowledge-sharing experience. Even before we hear from them, I think it's in order that we put our hands together and appreciate all our speakers for tonight. I see some seated here, and we can't wait to hear from them. For now, though, we'll fix our attention to the screen as we have a spotlight conversation with our convener and Professor Carol Javis. Professor Carol Javis is a professor in knowledge and exchange and innovation at the Bristol Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Carol Davis and our convener, Dr.
Hello, and welcome to the Distinguished WIWIK Leadership Series with me, Dr. Bernard Tuya. Today I'll be joined by an astute academic, Professor of Knowledge Exchange and Innovation here at Bristol Business School. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a disruption, as you may know. And a group of researchers found out that leaderly acts or leadership came from quarters we did not expect. And that was so inspiring and got them intrigued to look at it much more. This kind of leadership movement, they refer to as on leadership movement. Today, in our Distinguished WIWIK Leadership Series, we want to find out more about the on leadership movement. With me here is Professor Carol Javis. Professor, welcome, And thanks for honoring our invitation.
And thanks for inviting me.
Awesome. So let's get into the topic. Why on leadership movement? Why the name on leadership movement?
Well, Bernard, as you said, in the early days of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, what we noticed was that a lot of the action, the leadership acts, were coming from places that we hadn't expected. So whilst a lot of our politicians and senior leaders were sort of dithering about a bit, wondering what on earth to do, from the ground upwards, people were actually going out and they were acting. They were behaving in ways that we thought were quite leaderly, even though they didn't have a formal leadership role necessarily. And they were acting from a clear sense of purpose and with a sense of trying to contribute something to the social good. So the distinction, I think, is quite important because they were acting without waiting to attract followers, and they weren't looking to receive necessarily recognition for themselves and their acts. But what it meant was that what they were doing was it's not that these things weren't happening before. It's just that they came to notice because people were actually doing more of them, and the media and all of us needed some good news stories in amongst all of these things. So in more formal organisational contexts, what these acts then were doing was they were contributing to that sort of the usually invisible glue, the things that make somewhere a good place to work. And that they're often small things that don't show up in people's job descriptions, but that doesn't make them any less important. So we called them unleadership practices because not because they imply a lack of leadership or an absence of leadership, but because they disrupt our ideas, if you like, of leadership followership. And these people weren't looking specifically to attract followers. They often did, but that wasn't the purpose of doing it. We've continued to explore the ideas of unleadership after the pandemic and looked at them in all sorts of different contexts, including at the moment we're doing some work on the climate emergency and how people are, some of the unleaderly practices that are emerging around that. And by doing that, what we've done is we've identified 4 dimensions.
4 dimensions. Walk me through the 4.
So let me take you through the 4 then. So the first is the confident collaborating and connecting, the way that people actually do take ideas. They make the best use of the resources that they've got available to them. But when they reach the end of their resources or their skills or their knowledge, they're quite happy to work with other people, to involve other people. And they respond very openly to others who come to them and say, can I make a contribution? Then we looked at something we've called catching the wave.
Catching the wave.
Yeah, I know. I like that one. The surfing analogy works really well, actually, because what they're doing, like I don't know if you've ever been surfing, but if you go, you have to start planning for things before the wave actually hits. So you need to be ready to get onto that board. And if you're a bit late taking off, the wave just washes over you. But if you catch it, it can take you a long distance in a very short period of time. So this one's all about, noticing what's happening around you, paying attention to those little things, having a clear sense of purpose. Where do I want to get to? And then doing what you have to do to get there. So it's that willingness to act, sometimes on incomplete knowledge. Then once you've once you've got to this place, you're still living with the unknown. We didn't know in the pandemic. We were acting on incomplete information. We had to live for quite long periods of time with that uncertainty. And okay, the pandemic happened to everybody at very similar periods of time. But in our organizational life, we all go through those periods when something unforeseen or unplanned for happens. And it's, what do I need to do? And that's where this kind of having this clear sense of purpose. Why am I here? What am I doing? Being willing, not trying to be in control of things and trying to push them into the shape you want them to be, but seeing how they are and then reacting in ways that are appropriate to that situation to take you where you want to go. I think that's really important for our health when if we're going to thrive in the uncertainty and ambiguity that's all around us. And then the fourth dimension was what's called paying it forward. So this willingness to take an action, to give something without expecting something directly back in return.
Okay, so you've talked about 4 dimensions. Carol has talked about the first bit about connecting, the second bit about catching the wave, the third bit was also about
the living with the unknown.
Living with the unknown. Don't get it all figured out.
Don't get it all figured out.
And the very final one is paying it forward.
Yeah.
I want to dwell a bit on the final one. So how does this resonate with entrepreneurs? Because entrepreneurs or people who are looking out to study entrepreneurial journey, that would not be on the priority on their bucket list. They would have other things to deal with. So paying it forward, entrepreneurship, how do we reconcile that too?
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because actually in a lot of the work on entrepreneurial mindset suggests this is one of the key dimensions of an entrepreneurial mindset. So the University of California in Berkeley, for example, includes it in its innovation index as a key attribute of an entrepreneurial mindset and successful innovation. And that's because I think we sometimes think about profit and kindness as 2 separate things, but actually we can have both together. And I've worked for a long time now, and I've worked with a lot of entrepreneurs over
You've been an entrepreneur for like 20 years.
I was an entrepreneur myself for 20 years, and I've met a lot of other entrepreneurs. And I've never met a single one of them who hasn't faced a challenge or a setback at some point. Like you only hear about the success stories, but quite often there's a lot of hard work and messiness that goes on before you get there. And I think what happens, I've always found entrepreneurs to be very generous people in that respect, because they've been there and they've been through it themselves. They recognize the value of giving advice, support, time to people who are in an stage or an earlier stage of their entrepreneurial. And whilst they might not keep back from doing it themselves, entrepreneurial ecosystem. Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier over coffee about this idea and clustering and how important clusters are for developing entrepreneurship. So lots of people working in the same industry can often have a bigger impact, and they're really important to the development of local economies, and a lot of that comes from.
Awesome. So an interesting call. You don't need to see profit and kindness as 2 different things. That's worth noting. So let me just rewind and pick on your first point again. Collaboration and connected. How important are these concepts in this journey?
I think they're really, and I'm really impressed. Younger generations, I think they get this in a way that my generation perhaps didn't quite so naturally. And that's the importance of genuine relationships. So, we've all been to networking events where people only want to talk to you if they think they can get something from you. And that's, I think, this idea of collaborating and connecting goes deeper than that. It's about building meaningful relationships.
So just interrupt a bit. Collaborating and connecting is more deeper than networking.
Yeah. Because it's not all about you. It's, again, linking into that paying it forward idea. It's the recognition that actually we all benefit, that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So if we all put a little bit in and we work together, rather than saying, if I give you something, that means I've got less for myself, what we're saying is actually what we can do is we can grow. We can grow the overall economy, the cake, whatever you want to call it. So it becomes more, it just becomes bigger, and we both benefit. It doesn't mean one of us has to lose and the other one has to win. It is we both can. We can all win if we collaborate in these ways. And I think a really good example that we came across was she was a 15-year-old schoolgirl at the time from Mumbai, who set about, there was a disused garden attached to a police station that had turned into a scrapyard that was attracting mosquitoes, and it stank in the summer. And she and her friends eventually managed to persuade the local police to let them go in and do it up. And she'd done some work with in a school biology lesson, looking at native species. So they replanted this, they cleared all the nests, they replanted this with native species. And within months, there were loads of butterflies and birds and insects and things that in this space, and people felt good walking past it in a way they hadn't before. But they weren't happy with that, so they found out a bit more, and they contacted a guy called Dr. Talani, who had done a lot of work on identifying native species, and thinking about, I think he was in Canada, so very different from India. And he taught them how to do this. So she created this index of something like 2,000 native tree species for India, and different parts of India, started teaching school children on the basis that, taking them out into parks and things and explaining to them how it worked. So they were then teaching their parents. And all of this was done on the basis of if you'd enjoyed it and you could afford to pay, you paid for the workshop, but not for your workshop, but for somebody else in the future.
Awesome.
To go on the workshop. And what I loved about it, there was a lovely quote from her, which I think is worth every entrepreneur thinking about, which is, if you bite off more than you can chew in the beginning, you stagnate and you lose motivation. But something small, like your neighborhood police station, it's very manageable and you can grow from there. And I think that's a really good lesson that, you don't have to conquer the world from day one. Those little small things that you do can all mount up and take you towards where you want to go.
Awesome. So I also loved one of the quotes you said. He said, the whole is better than the sum of the parts.
Yeah.
Awesome. Brilliant. Now, just about to end the conversation, but my participants are mainly students or people who are about to start out their career. What are some of the leadership practices you wish you had known earlier that you would like to share with them?
But there's so much. How long have you got? But I think when I think about it, probably the most important thing is don't feel that you have to do what the how-to guides tell you have to do. So I think one of the things we've learned about leadership is it's embodied. No two situations are the same, and that in different circumstances, you need to react differently. So it's not about don't read the how-to guides. Yeah, of course you can learn stuff from people who've gone there, who've been in similar situations, but don't take them as the absolute truth or the only way to do it. Trust your own instinct, and be willing to have the courage to act on your instincts. So you do that by paying attention to what's happening around you, and noticing, and then responding accordingly, rather than necessarily how the book says you should do it. Yeah, so I think it's that courage to act and be trusting your instinct, be in touch with your own values, and have that clear sense of purpose, know what it is that where you're trying to get to, and be willing to change to respond when the unforeseen happens, to get to your ultimate goal, even if it's not how you thought you were going to get there.
Brilliant ideas. Don't get stuck to the how-to guides. Follow your instincts. Be deep-rooted with your convictions and your passion. Pay attention to your environment. These are the last few words of Professor Carol. We want to hear from your own leadership story. How in your own way have you exhibited some of these leadership qualities? Carol wants to read more about that. So get in touch with some of our organizing teams to share your story with them, and they will let us have it by email. It's such a privilege coming your way with the Distinguished WIWIK Leadership Series, and that was a lot to think about in this session. And thanks for coming. And Professor Carol, it's an absolute pleasure to host you, and thank you very much once again for making time for this.
Thank you very much for a great conversation, Bernard. It's been a pleasure.
Awesome. We wish you all fun-filled and impactful conference. All the best.
Such conversations are great, aren't they? Any lessons? Okay, question. What is better than networking? Pardon? Absolutely. Collaboration and connecting. It's better than networking. So originally we are supposed to be networking, but let's use this platform as an opportunity to collaborate and to connect. Is that okay? We're moving on in our program, and we've come to the point where we have the spotlight presentation. Please remember the theme for the night. We are doing this event on the theme. Who can say it for me? Say again. Thriving in uncertainty. Our speaker for the keynote presentation, the spotlight presentation rather, he has experience in building businesses through developing excellent customer relations and drawing up strategic and tactical business plans. He founded the UT Bank, and from a one-room office, it grew up into a holdings company with 8 subsidiaries. He has been named Marketing Man of the Year, as well as Ghana's most respected CEO, and we're delighted to have him amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome the president of UT Holdings, Captain Retired Prince Kofi Amwabeng.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon or evening, everyone, and distinguished everybody else. But I must say a special mention with the speakers, and especially my friend, I think he's gone, the dean of the university. He's been of immense help to me when I launched 2 books on the UT story, which was meant to shed lights on how to start a business the way we did and what we're able to do with it. It looks like the university business school is becoming my regular place. I was here yesterday to deliver a speech, and I find myself here again today. So after today, I will give myself a break. If they invite me, I'll say I won't come until they miss me again. So, looking at the topic and looking at the cross-section of the people here, I think we're thinking of how do we start our businesses in our environment. That is the Ghanaian environment. Let me start by saying that you don't have to start a business. You don't have to. Now, every business employs people, and the businesses need people to run the businesses. So you may not start a business, or you're not that desperate to start a business, but you can join a business that pursues a vision or mission that you are aligned to. And you join that business and learn the business environment, how to make things work, and so on and so forth. So if you can get a job that you like, it's a good option, and you learn. But, of course, the government itself has said that there are no jobs. So what I'm saying, for the few of you who can get jobs, it's good to take a job and learn. But if you can't take a job, then you are desperately looking for business, so something to start on your own. And a lot of people meet me and they say, so how do I start doing business? And I said, well, the business will find you if you have built the right capacities. So one thing I would say is that here, as students, you are building the right capacities. You learn hard, acquire knowledge from books, from lectures, from your experiences, and you are building the right capacities for you to start your business. One thing I have to say, and I say it all the time, is this. Don't start business for starting business sake. Because a lot of people say, oh, they say that fast food, there's money in fast food, so me too, I'll start fast food. Your love is not in fast food. You are trying to survive. That is not being an entrepreneur. So, one thing that I'll say, that as you build the capacities and get the experience and move on, and you have a good heart, and you want to actually improve things for people, you will get what I call a call, simply a call. And what I mean by a call is this. As you're going about your life, you experience all sorts of things. For example, you go to a hospital, and you see how maybe injured people are being neglected. You have a call there that, can't this be done better? But of course, if you don't know anything about the medical field, you can't do anything. So you look on and complain and feel bad and you can't sleep and that sort of thing. But your call comes when you find something in the society or in the system or in the environment which is not good, and you know and feel you can do something about it. So in your various fields, you may be doing engineering, you may be doing admin, you may be doing all sorts of things. But in your field, as you develop yourself, you come to a situation where you find something really, really horrible, and you tell yourself, this is not good for people, and I think I can do it better or in a special way to benefit people. Because after all, an entrepreneur is someone who wants to change the status quo, who wants to improve things for the betterment of life. If you don't find it, it's okay. You'll find it at some point. I had my call when I was really 45 years old. So all the things you hear about Unique Trust, UT Financial Service, UT Bank, UT Properties, everything, I started at the age of 45. And at the age of 45, I didn't just start. If you think I'll build money, it's not true. My wife had left me with my kids, so I had a broken home. And I was broke. And I was 45. But then what happened? I was doing business of all types, and then one day I made a demand on the bank, my bankers, that I needed money to order a container of air conditioners everything put together, very straightforward. I take the money, I pay for it, I supply and get paid. I secured it with my only house, which was empty, by the way, because my wife had packed all the things out of the house. And I waited for over 2 months. Finally, the bank called me and said, "Oh, Kofi, we've done something for you." And I rushed, excited. And when I got there, for someone who had requested 20 million CDs, which was then $20,000, the bank said we had approved 3 million. And I was standing there dazed. And I said, I'm ordering 1 container, and it's $20,000, 20 million CDs, and you approved 3 million. Are you crazy? So I got really mad, closed my account, insulted the MD and the branch manager, and said I would never step there. I was fuming all over. I got home. I had to take some Guinness to calm down. And after I calmed down and was drunk a bit, I went to bed. I woke up in the morning and I said, but I have passed through School of Administration with a second upper in accounting. I have been in the army. I'm a disciplined person. I know. I've been doing business since I left the army for 15 years. And I'm a chartered accountant. So what is there about lending that they make people suffer like that? I think if I put my mind to it, I can change the lending habits or the lending space. And therefore, I went about it, got the license and everything. But the point I want to emphasize is that when you have that call, you are so passionate and you know it's precisely what you're going to do. It defines your mission straight away. That this is what I want to do, and I'll change it. And so don't just go into business for business sake. That is my first advice. But go into business when you have a call that you have something special to offer to people, and that defines your mission. The other thing about starting is, and I think the interview with the Professor White Lady, it came out quite clearly. Don't think of starting big, because it may stay in your briefcase on your table forever. When I started Unique Trust, my idea getting a license was I was going to build almost like an empire. Those days, the best offices were trust towers. And I said, I have offices in trust towers, air conditioning, good reception, and doing loans for people. And I had all my friends promising that, oh, you take the license, we'll give you money, we'll give you money. And I got the license, and none of them helped. Nobody. And I went morning, afternoon, evening. Nobody would look at my proposal. Nobody would listen to me, go and come back. Until one day I woke up and I said, I think I don't have to waste the license. I will start anyhow. Therefore, I started with 3 other people, my driver and 2 other guys, and myself, in one room in the corner of Cantamanto, with filthy gutters, corridors with mice-infested corridors, 1 table for all of us, no toilet facilities, and that was the birth of Unique Trust Financial Services in 1997. So really start small. And that's the way to go, because nature is about small to big. God in his wisdom will give birth to you very little. You're quite little, lying down all the time, then slowly you learn to sit, you learn to crawl, you learn to sit up, start walking, and grow, and you become a big person. Even the forest, the trees, small seed, starts with small nursery, and then it grows into a mighty tree. So why would you want to start a business big? Because in that case, it's like not knowing how to crawl, but you start running. And when you're running and you fall, the damage can be very serious. You may never recover. But when you are small, you may fail, but you learn the lessons and pick yourself up again. Now, I'm assuming that you start businesses when you've had a call or a dream that you want to change things, and you're starting small. There are 4 things in business that will ensure that your business will thrive in the environment. The first thing is obviously the kind of product or service that you envisage will become a game changer. So what is your product, what's your service? Now, be very clear about it. This is the service I'm providing, and this is the advantage, or this is what it has, advantage it has over existing products, probably only in your area or wherever. When you got that set out, and the key to that is the product or service should be a game changer. It should be something different. To contrast that with Unique Trust, I said because of the way I've been treated, and I know other people were being treated, I was going to lend without collateral. If I trust you, I'll give you the money. That is why I called it Unique Trust. There should be special trust, then I'll do the loan for you. Of course, I learned my lessons. But that was how I started. And because I was also in the military, I trusted myself that if you take the money and you don't pay, I can deal with you. And it was quite successful. But then when your clients become 100, 200 to 1,000, you can't be chasing them all over the place. So you must have the systems in place to do it. So define your product and its unique selling proposition. Number 2, make sure that you've clearly identified your customers. You know your customers, you know what they need, and you should learn their habits. Because when I started, again, because the monies I got was very expensive, I was lending at 15% a month. And people were saying I was crazy. But I had gone to Makola and other markets to ask how they raise their monies to do their business. And they told me that time, and I'm sure it still persists, you ask your Makola friend in the office and you say, I need money to quickly buy this to sell. And sometimes they give you the money, let's say 1,000 or 100,000 cedis, and they want 100% at the end of the month. If they love you, it's 50%. And I listened to all these stories and the attitude towards payment. And one which excited me was the Bruno side. When they break the bill and you want to go and pick some to go and sell, and you take, let's say, 1 million cedis to pick some of the stuff to sell, end of the day, you brought 1,100,000, which was 10% a day. So I said, okay. So then I could say that if I lend at 15% a month, I was giving them a lot of savings. But people outside in the mainstream said, oh, Kofi, 15%, and nobody will come. I said, you wait. And I was dealing then with the market segment that my product would serve. I was dealing with wache sellers, tomato sellers, egg sellers, and those kind of people. Those were the people who were taking loans in the markets at 100% a month. And I did a table that made it simple. They didn't have to know about interest charges. I said, if I give you this, this is how much you pay. So the point is, point 2, study your customers and be sure that you understand them completely. Then the third point is you have to be in a business that is profitable. You can probably make losses for 6 months, 1 year, stretch it 2 years, but then you should see profit in the end. Because simply put, if it's not profitable, it's not sustainable. And therefore the business will collapse. And I don't think I'll say much more about that. But the biggest problem that we have, especially in Africa, and therefore particularly in Ghana, is how you handle your people. That's your team. It is so disturbing, the habits and attitudes and behaviors that we have as a people. To start off with, and when I say people, I mean the people in your outfit. To start off with, if you want to start a business, normally you say, oh, Abna, let's go together. Kwesi, let's accompany me here. I'm going to talk to this person. And you don't put structures of the business in place. So you say, oh, let's go and register the company. I'll take 50%, I should take 50%. Without any discussion on how much money they are putting in and what roles each of the partners are bringing. It is a recipe for disaster. I have experienced it, and if you are not careful, you go that route. Whoever is the visionary in the business, I would suggest you try and keep 51% minimum at all cost. Because when a business hits the rocks, someone must stay with it and take it out. But normally, 3 friends, okay, 30%, 33%, 33%, and then that's it. Because the way we are, some of us are very good partners when there's no money. But as soon as there's money, they change. Some too are very good partners when there's money, but hit a bad patch and they will change. And remember, the company becomes a different entity, legally and everything. And therefore, you keep it as such. So the first thing about people is the structure of the company has to be right. Don't just share the shares anyhow, because it will come back to bite you. Then you talk about the workers, the people who are working for you. When Dr. Otin was talking about family business and things like that, very exciting. It's a challenging area to be. But I was saying it is also a very risky area. That's why they have a lot of job to do. Because the problem that we have in Ghana, most family businesses, when the owner dies, it collapses for so many reasons. Like me, the man has got maybe 3 wives. He's got about 17 kids. And as soon as he dies, the man so starts and litigation all over the place. But I think if you learn from Doc, then you actually know how to approach it as you enter the business and keep your shares and stuff like that. But the main problem about people and your staff is that because our environment and our cultures are not conducive to doing good businesses, you must create your own culture. The company must have its own culture. What do I mean? The company should have the values that will take it to the vision that they have. And those values, for me, any day, one is you should have respect for everybody. From the cleaner to the MD, everyone has to be respected equally. And to do that, set policies and set structures and systems. And those systems, structures, and policies should apply to everyone, including the owner of the business. So if everyone has to be honest, it starts from the leadership. You have to be honest. And you ensure that everybody is honest. And you must be disciplined to a fault that everyone who goes contrary to the policies is sanctioned accordingly. We don't have that. And especially if it's a family member, you are afraid to do that. But if you are not disciplined enough to do that, I tell you, your company will not last. There are various instances that I had to go through. People ask me, who do we employ? I said, that is not a problem. When you start a business, you don't have too much money. You can't even advertise for experts because you can't pay them. Your brother wants a role, he is qualified. Your cousin wants a role, you think she can do the job, give it to them. But spell it out that these things are not supposed to be done here. And notwithstanding the fact that you are my sister or my auntie or my uncle, if you do it, you go home. And you should be tough enough to spell it out to them when they go wrong. That's the only way. Because when people do not go by the policies of the company, it means they are valuing themselves more than the company. Therefore, it's easy. If you love yourself more than us, then please go and let us run our company. But the way we are brought up as Africans, as Ghanaians, it's so difficult for us to actually sanction people and sack people. How we've been brought up, we are brought up to fear authority. Just any form of authority. You fear your big sister, you fear your uncle, you fear this, and then we'll bring you into corporate world. And we fear everybody. So we can't face people and tell them that they are wrong. So with the people thing, create a culture which is transparent, very obvious. Have your meetings, spell it out, everybody knows where you're going. And insist that the right thing is done. And sanction when it's not done. And I can give you numerous examples of what happened at Unique Trust. Initially, we were eating together, we'll go and buy food and put it on a table, all of us are eating, because there were just 4 of us. Then we started growing. Then a few of them are here, were taking monies from the clients. And before I got to know, all of them would take the money and share. And I was so mad, I sacked everybody. And when they left, I was sitting down in the office and I said, hey, so how do I know the clients and their homes? Because they were all gone. And I had to eat a humble pie, call a couple of them and said, this is your last time. But at least the message was said that if you do it, you go home. And I sacked my brother, I sacked my cousin, I sacked my director, I was sacked. Once you cross the line, you go. Now, creating a culture also means create a family away from their families. For me, it's very easy. I think your first family for any company is the company itself. It is not your husband and kids or your wife and the kids. That is the nucleus family, all right, but that is the second family. Because you spend the best part of the day and the best part of your life in the company. So if you don't create an avenue or conditions that will make the company feel like home, like family. So I told my workers, I said, listen, anytime you wake up in the morning, you come into work, if it should occur to you that, hey, then that is the time for you to resign. Because you should wake up in the morning excited. I'm going to meet Amma, I'm going to meet Kweku, I have this project to do and so on and so forth. Then you are living your life. Because if you are complaining going to work, then you're wasting your life. And that is what the leader should create. Create a life where they care about each other. And you lead the way. And you should care also about their development, the family ties, the progression and everything. And I had what was called PKA 101. And this happened all the way until we had staff of 200. When we had staff of 200, I will meet every staff once a year. And I'll sit with him and talk about his own personal life, his experience with the company, what he needs, what he thinks we should change, what his career development plan is, his kids and their schooling and everything. And therefore, they knew that I cared for them and they gave their best to the company. So it is important to create a culture away from the kind of cultures that we have. And if you create that culture, these people, your people, will make sure the other 3 factors are achieved. They will make sure that the product and the processes are super and they are pleasing. They will make sure that your customers are retained and they are satisfied and they are growing. And they will make sure that the company is profitable. At UT, what I did in Nexus out of these 4 was to create the right image or brand. That was a challenge. So you may also want to create the right brand or image. And for us, the reason why it was difficult was we were being tagged as the people, if you go and take their loan, they will come to your house and harass you with all sorts of things. Meanwhile, the people were coming to be harassed. So I said, listen, a lot of people were not coming to us just because of the story they've heard out there. So let's actually work hard to build the image. But that comes later on and not at the beginning. Establish yourself and then build a brand as you're going forward. Now, I'll try, as I near towards the conclusion of what I have to deliver, to warn you of how you deal with what I call the pull and push factors of our environment. Because simply, they can pull you down or they can push you forward. Again, number 1 is family, friends, and relations. if you want to start business, your family, friends, and relations, you must have a formula for dealing with them. For me, it was easy. I was an ex-army officer, so when I did anything harsh, they say, Kofi de ontia semwase, and they leave me alone. But otherwise, your family, friends, and relations, they are of use to you because they will advise you. They may even help with the funding of the company, make some contribution for you to go forward, and so on and so forth. But they will also want to have some influence about the company. So, for example, your family members hear that, oh, you've employed some 2 people. Hey, Kofi, they say you've employed some 2 people, and your whole people are sitting, your own brother hasn't got a job. Whether he or she is qualified or not, they want you to take that person over and above someone they will call a foreigner. So they will not let you employ or give opportunities to those who deserve it. It has to be those friends or family or relative. Now, the annoying thing is, they being family, you think they should come to the company and help for you, for the company or the family, to build a better company. Most of them, because they know that they are coming with a recommendation from the uncle or from the head of the family, come and they don't care, they don't want to work. And you find it difficult to sack them because your uncle or the head of family recommended them to join you. So the family that you're trying to help, so you have to be careful. The very family that you're trying to help to build a company for the family, they may destroy the company. The second factor is tradition. If you believe in chieftaincy and all those things, you have to be very careful. They can, of course, recommend that people patronize your goods. They can even recommend good people for you and so on and so forth. But if you are not careful, as soon as they see that you've gotten some money, you become Nkosohene. Nkosohene means if there's any derba, they come to you, you have to fund it, and for 1 week, you have to go to the village and sit and be chief. And you should know how to manage it. I'm not saying it's bad per se, but if one takes too much of your time and your resources, it will go against the company. The third one is the church. I find most people start businesses and their minds are taken over by their pastors. And people come to me, they want financial assistance. I'm talking to them, they say, sir, that one I'll have to discuss with my pastor. I said, let your pastor come for the loan. Don't come here. But the point is, fine, your pastor may be good in advising you, but your pastor will become, if you are not careful, your HR boss. He will say, oh, well, they are sorry, but oh, take this person, and so on and so forth, buy from here and all those things. But be careful. Because again, those people come from the church. You know that the pastor will always intervene. And therefore, they can play some, they can be quite relaxed about the business. And finally, and crucially, you have your politicians. If you love politics and you go into it, you may get quick connection. I'm sure you've seen some young people, all of a sudden they become rich. In fact, they become rich because they don't even have business, but they become rich. And if you start a business and you go into that, they can recommend and boost your business and patronize it. But then you should know how to deal with them because they will need funds when they are campaigning and all that, and you must give. And if you don't give, you are in trouble. And if they leave office too and you have gone in too much and they know you are on that side, another party comes and you are in trouble. The problem that I had with UT was that I was so hard, I wasn't doing any of these things. I wasn't regular at church unless there's a wedding or funeral. I wasn't doing chieftaincy at all. I wasn't doing party politics, and they knew that if you go to Kofi, he won't mind you. And I wasn't depending on family and friends. It is okay when you are small to do that. But when you come above the radar, you should adjust because that's the system that we have. And I did not adjust. And that is how come UT Bank went under. To our end, I would say that 30 minutes talk is not enough. I'm very happy to be here, but I have put down the experience that I have, detailed them in 2 volumes. Volume 1, UT story, humble beginnings, how we started from the 3-room. And then volume 2, ET story, building a winning team, because from the 3 persons, by 2012, UT was employing directly 2,500 people, with some of them not just in Ghana, but in Nigeria, in South Africa, in London, in Hamburg, and also we were also into properties and life insurance and all sorts of things. It can be done, but you need to know how to navigate our pools and all the problems that we have. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
So we'll crave his indulgence, and we'll take 3 questions. There are microphones in the aisles, so 3 questions. If you have any question, kindly pop your hand up. There are microphones in the aisles. He'll take the questions and respond. 3 of them. Do I see a hand on that side? Okay, there's a lot of light on stage, so I can't see. But wave at me, wave. It will be easier to know. 3 questions. Any questions? Okay. All right, there's a hand there. Please pass the microphone over to them. And then Captain will respond to the questions. So you tell us your name, and then you ask the question.
Hello. Good evening or good afternoon. Good evening. My name is Jojo, Captain. I'm very honored to hear you speak today. I actually came here because of you today. I've been wanting to hear you speak for a long time now. Listening to your story from today, from previously, from Facebook, and from other social media interviews that you've had. You came from a small beginning, and then you really got successful along the way, and then things went as they went. One question that I've been wanting to ask is that as a young man starting up, and as a young man starting from ground zero just as you did, I want one solid advice that you haven't said anywhere. One of your key powers that you haven't said anywhere. I want you to give me one.
Are you done?
Yes, and I also like you to mentor me, so if there's a way
but
you could
one story
me.
I will tell you, when you fail, don't worry, stay strong, because God knows that you should fail that one.
The last one, I would like you to mentor me, so if there's a way you can give mentorship, I would love to be your mentee.
So after the event, we'll be connecting, all right, and we'll have an opportunity to do that. There's a question on this side. Please pass the microphone over to him. And then I see one hand on that side too, so those will be for the 3 questions. Ushers, please help him.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the privilege to ask.
So your question in 30 seconds.
Okay, so my question is, looking at everything he said, I think he really put everything in place to make sure that the business would stand. But in the end, something unexpected happened. So I would like him to say something about that so that maybe...
Okay, don't worry. There's a 3rd book coming. It will actually state everything. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so we'll take the last question on this side.
Hello. Good afternoon, people. Please, I'm Dr. Ohini Asante. Captain, with the issue of politics and business, I remember March this year, you were here with John Appiah and Caveman, and you addressed issues of trans-political business. and governance administration. My question has got to do with how do we deal with these politicians, because they regulate our business. If I'm a medical doctor and I want to establish a hospital, I need to go to HIFRA. And if I want to establish maybe an accounting firm, I need to go to Chartered of Taxation to get a license. How do I deal with politically appointed heads?
So, Thank you. I think we have the best person probably to talk on that issue. I've seen my brother here, Magdan, who is going to say something about his business has transcended a lot of political parties.
Administrations.
So, Mark, Dan, please, when you come, you can let them know how you did it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen.
Finally, I wish I could give some of these books free, but free things people don't like.
That's true.
So I've asked my friend here, those who want to buy it on the street is 20 cedis for this one, 200 cedis for this one. You can have it for 100. All right. Thank you very much.
That's very generous. Ladies and gentlemen, another resounding applause for Captain. We're delighted, sir. Thank you very much. WIWIK 2023 is live here at the University of Ghana Business School. The hashtag is WIWIK 2023_UGBS. Please feel free to share the experience. If you are being impacted, kindly share, tweet. And we are also live on YouTube. So go on to Apex Human Consult. There's a feed there. Please feel free and share. There are many people who can connect and be part of this experience than this hall can hold. I want to acknowledge our partners. We have Ravens Consulting GH, Akosombo Textiles Limited, Benchmark Executive Business School, Crescendo Consult, ACCA, and our partners, the University of Ghana Business School. Please lend your attention to the screen, and we're taking a short commercial break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Whatever the occasion, with ATL, you can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life.
Our vision has been one: getting family businesses to the top, armed with the following values: leadership, excellence, adaptability, and discipline. We are building the family capital of enterprising African family businesses to ensure continuity for the next generation. Ravens Consulting GH is there to help family businesses succeed through education, governance, consulting, and events like the Africa Family Business Summit AFBS, which is the biggest gathering of family businesses and business experts. With our experience and technical know-how, we are ready to serve you. For partnership and enquiries, please contact us today on 0202-712-647 or visit our website at www.ravens-consulting.com. Ravens Consulting, legacy to the next generation.
Including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okpongno Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark.
Whatever the occasion, with ATL, you can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life.
How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okponglo Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark. How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okponglo Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark. How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okponglo Junction, Legon, or visit benchmarkghana.com. Be smart, be outstanding. Benchmark. How relevant are your skill sets?
All right. So how is it going so far? Are we learning? Okay, so we are going to another high point of our gathering this afternoon, and we're going to have a spotlight conversation. So our special guest, we're delighted to have him. He's popularly known as Magdan. He's a Ghanaian business magnate. He's the founder and chief executive officer of Magdan Group of Companies. And he started his entrepreneurship journey in November 1999 when he founded the Magdan Shipping Company with established headquarters in Accra and branches in Tema and in Takrady. Among many other things that he's involved with, he is a business leader with diverse interest in education, youth development, philanthropy, and sports, and he's passionate, very passionate about giving back to society and impacting the next generation of entrepreneurs, and hence he set up the Magdan Foundation, under which there is the Magdan Entrepreneurship Challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for this one? Are we ready for this one? So we are going to explore the Magdan story, the journey of Dr. Daniel Macaulay. He's the founder, the CEO of Magdan Company Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's welcome him. We're delighted to have him. And to have this conversation with him is yours and mine, the host of the GTV Breakfast Show. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Thelma Taki.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, sir. Thank you. Please have a seat. We're very honored to have you. Good afternoon to you all, and welcome to this WIWIK 2023 intimate conversation with CEO of Magdan Group of Companies, Mr. Magdan. And I am personally so honored to sit with you once again. I think we've met a couple of times before, but you might not remember. And it's an inspiring story that you told, because he has a lot of meetings. And, you know, when you're in a room with people like Magdan, chances are he will not know you are there. But the important part of his story that we'll be hearing very shortly is the fact that he was once all of us. He would once walk into a room and no one would know who he is. He once walked these same walls of the University of Ghana and nobody knew who he was. So perhaps, like me, you've met him before, or perhaps you haven't. But whatever side of the divide you fall on, there is a part of his story that will call to you. And it's that part that I want you to focus on. Graduating is hard. And when you think about a future in entrepreneurship, it will be an even harder road, as I'm sure Mr. Magdan will tell you. It's easier for some to get into an official work with a recognized institution, be employed by somebody. But if you decide the path that Mr. Magdan chose, then you know that there are some wisdom nuggets that you can pick from this conversation today. Help me give him another round of applause for everything he has achieved so far. I would start straight off with the obvious question. You did not grow up in the most affluent of families. In fact, where we are is owned by the customary landowners from La. University of Ghana is owned by the La people. And you came here to pursue an education, but you could not finish. What was that story?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think I can wake you up now.
See, clap for me. Thank you.
Whenever I meet the youth, I feel gladdened because you are the future, and the future is this country. That is why I'm so passionate. I try to impact and give back to the youth of this country. I grew up in La. I mean, if all of you know, and it's a long story. But to tell you, I walked from Labadi to work, airport to work. I started as a messenger in the logistics business. That is about 32 years ago. And I grew in the same industry, and I became, by God's grace, the best in the industry.
It's an inspiring story, but from that predominantly Ga community, you saw your friends, people you grew up with, who could not afford to educate themselves or to be educated to the levels that they expected.
If you want me to go into details, because of time, I wrote a book. I have not written a book on Magdan, like Mr. Morbin, but I have written a book on myself and my path. The title is I have a couple here. I normally give it out for free, just for students to be able to read and learn. It's about my journey and how I got here. I'm not going to write a book about the Magdan story, Magdan as a company. I grew up in a family of 10. I was the 8th born. Actually, a very big family. I love large families. By 13 years, I was already on the street selling. I sold kerosene. I sold buffaloat. I was once a driver's mate, Accra, Medina, Accra. I was once selling force. I was once in the labor business. I was a construction worker. We started building the Sakumono flats. We're talking about early 80s and mid 80s. I was once a pupil teacher. I taught for 2 years. I was once a canvasser. I was going from office to office, market to market, selling books. I have gone through all this. But today, thank God, I find myself here. When I finish my A-level, I got admission in this university. I couldn't afford to pay the fees, so I dropped out. But I came back and picked my first degree after 15 years.
So it tells you that the path may be crooked along the way, but somehow if you keep to it, you'll always find a way back to the original. Would you say that was your story?
There's always a way when you have the will. It's easy to make it, depending on the attitude you put up. I always tell students that 80%, 70% of your making it, or of your wealth, is your attitude. 25% is always the skill you learn. 5% is the knowledge that you acquire. So as a student, while you're in school, whatever you're doing, 70% of it is your attitude. So that is what made me tick. I was a street fighter. In my school days, I don't say no. I never say I cannot. I fought for myself. When you read my book, you will understand what it takes to grow up in a very tough environment and still make it. For me, I always give thanks to God because I was trained by the woman. My mother was an illiterate, a local woman who had never been class 1 before. But when you misbehave, she will take you to school and lash you in front of the assembly. That's the kind of a woman that trained me. This is a woman who, if you don't pound the fufu in the house, you will never eat before you sleep. So I went through this beautiful training, and I never regret going through that.
Do you find that young people today have the same zeal that perhaps existed in the early 80s when you grew up? Because the upbringing now is so different, and 2023 is so different from 1983. But do you find that young people have the same drive to succeed now as they did in the past?
Well, training hasn't changed. The culture hasn't changed. What has changed us is our mentality and social media. And to tell you the truth, I train my children the same way. I have a son in this school. He's in this school. He's 21 years, but he's a farmer. I took him through the trail, and he's enjoying it. I made my first $1 million at the age of 28. I lost all at the age of 32. He's already a millionaire at the age of 21 because he has 250 acres of cashew farm. It's one harvest had broken my record. So you understand, nothing has changed much. That is why the youth of today need to listen to wisdom, need to be patient, need to concentrate, need to have focus, need to have the right attitude. It's not difficult. If you want to make it, you'll make it.
So share some simple tips with us. First, 1 million at 28. What's the one decision you took and which led to that chain of actions that brought you 1 million at 28 years?
Well, discipline. One word is discipline and hard work. I had $1 million, but I was using Fiat Ritmo. If you can Google Fiat Ritmo, I had a lot of money, but I was simple. The problem we have now is show off. Like the McDonald Group, for instance. I ran the company for 20 years. Nobody knew who was the owner of McDonald. What is disturbing this country now is we put ourselves before our companies. If you want to build a legacy, there's a difference between ventures and enterprise. you build an enterprise. Enterprise transcends to generation upon generation and upon generation. But if you want to build a venture, you just fall off. Many of us in Ghana, we always put ourselves before our companies. And I always say that is wrong. Branding is very important. That is where I always talk about integrity. If you want to build a good brand, build integrity. Let your brand set for you. One thing I noticed is, when I got here, she didn't call me Macaulay. My name is Macaulay. I am not McDan.
Daniel Macaulay.
My name is Daniel Macaulay. But the brand, everybody call me McDan. It's completely two things, but that is the success of the brand. So it's an enterprise that had been built. So as a young man, whatever you're doing, you got to concentrate. One of the weakest link that we have as young men, we want to be rich as at yesterday. Today you are in the IT field. Tomorrow you see your friend in the banking field. You drop your IT, you are in banking. You will be in banking, your friend tell you, I have some business here. You move there, doing your before you see 2-3 years, you are back to ground zero. Before you wake up one day, you will notice that you spent 20 years of your life just hopping from one place to another place. You're losing out. You have got to concentrate and give focus. There's something called focus. 3 billionaires were put in a room and they were asked, what makes you tick? Give one word that makes you different. All the 3 billionaires wrote a word on a piece of paper, focus. So whatever you're doing, you have to keep focus.
$1 million. I'm still stuck at that place because you said you lost it at 32. Did you lose focus?
Yes, I lost focus.
What did that teach you?
I became too ambitious, and looking back, it's good for me because you don't need to fail, but failure is acceptable when you want to be a very big entrepreneur. You never learn anything better than failure. I ran an interview and I was asked I should name one failure in my life. And for a moment, I paused, and I've never thought of it. And I realized that I don't have any regrets in my life, in my business life. Every regret or every misfortune for me is a learning curve. And that learning curve is always encouraged me to step up my game. And stepping up my game always make me become a better person, because in my entrepreneurial journey, 1 + 1 is never 2. My 1 + 1 is 3. So that is the failure come to add up to be, my failures in my journey come to add up to be the third one. So I was overambitious, I was greedy, I took risk, and all went down.
But you learned your lessons from it.
I learned my lessons.
And so as young people who are about to graduate and they're listening to you now, they are looking for inspiration, they are looking for ideas. Where should they look?
Well, you have to be simple. You have to be, I always wanted to simplify this world. You have to have some level of humility in you. Humility is a very big weapon. Arrogance can never take you anywhere. There's a lot of opportunities around you, but if you're arrogant, you don't see them. There's so many things you can do whilst you're in school, but it's always good to learn. Step up. I work for I work for 2 companies before I opened my own company. And I'm still in good terms with my boss. Before I resigned from my last company, before I opened McDan, I incorporated Magnan Shipping. I walked to my boss because I believe he gave me an opportunity when I was nobody. And I told him that, look, Chief, I want to start my own something. She asked me why. I told her, I've seen so many opportunities, and I cannot sit here and use your company to advance my ambitions. It might disturb your company. He looked at me very sadly and said, Dan, give me 6 months. He gave me his son to train. After the 6 months, I honestly went to him and I told him that your son is not cut out for this kind of job. He's a nice guy, can be a lawyer, a doctor, prim and proper, but this is operation. Operation, he will fail you. You need to roll your sleeves. To be an entrepreneur, a young entrepreneur, you need to dirty your hands. You need to be inside your job. Let me quickly tell you this. Growing up or having a very successful company, it goes through stages. The first stage is called the infant stage. The second stage is the organic stage. And the third stage is the corporate stage. I went through that. And every successful company must grow organically. If you don't grow organically, you will have problems. Organic growth is the best growth you will have in creating an enterprise. And let me quickly, 1 minute, explain the three to you to understand. Infant stage, whatever you want to start, you are the accountant, you are the CEO, you are the messenger, you are the cleaner, you are everything. That is why you go and register a sole proprietor company. That is the infant stage. It's a good stage to be because you learn a lot in that stage. I was there before. You move to what we call organic stage. If you have a very good infant level, like your level, you want to do something. If you're running around this university photocopying for people, you are in your infant stage. There's too much money on university campuses, but most of you don't know. You can be an agent, a hostel agent, put on your WhatsApp platform. Anybody who wants a very decent hostel, the person can just call you. You can have a software. New student coming for admission, you'll be leading them and filling their forms and all that, and take some money. It's all entrepreneurship. You don't need to look into the big picture, but you need to grow in it. Your infant level, you have to be aggressive. That is where you don't have enough time for yourself. You have to be disciplined, but there's one word there you don't have to forget: integrity. What to bring you up is your integrity level. The second stage is the organic level. The organic level, you see growth. You see that certain things you cannot do anymore. You say, oh, my brother, come and sit here and help me out. My sister, my wife, brother, sister, children, sit here. You get to a certain level in your organic style. You realize that every staff you have is not cut out to your dream or for your dreams, or is not the right person to fix. You wake up one day, you look back, looking at your dreams and where you want to go, you check your bag, you realize that you have employed idiots. It's real. That is the level you have to look at. How do you turn that around? In Magdan's journey, finance had never been a problem because I've been a very disciplined entrepreneur. My biggest problem is HR. I got to a point I stopped employing degrees. I employed attitude. So you understand that the organic level, you see growth. But what will bring you down is your HR. And that growth, you see that you are hoping. Why is it that in Ghana, the 600 companies in Africa, take the list of 600 companies in Africa, there is not a single Ghanaian company in the 600. Ghana is controlled by foreigners. You mention one big company, one big indigenous name, or one big industry. It's all start from the way we build our business ventures. So for me, as you are here, 5 years, 10 years, 2 years later, you'll be big entrepreneurs. How do you see your vision? How do you see yourself? You move into the corporate level, that is the third stage. If you move into that level, you'll notice that you don't need a strong personality anymore. At the corporate level, you are not the company. You need systems and structures that build your company. You need what we call the external and the internal environment to fix your company. Big companies, enterprises are built by systems and structures that when you move away, the company can run. Where you have the external factors are government policies and all that. The internal factors are the internal environment are your systems and structures and culture, working culture, and how you build it. When you get to that level, then you have arrived. If you haven't reached there, you can survive, but how long can you survive?
A round of applause for Mr. Macaulay once again. I'm sure that we are making some notes as he speaks because we are learning so many things about setting up our own businesses. But I want to ask you a personal question. In all this, as you've gained and lost, and you've seemed to thrive where other companies that were also started in November of 1999 have not made it, what have you learned about the journey of being an entrepreneur in Ghana that you can pass on to these young ones?
Well, being an entrepreneur, Ghana is a very good environment. Don't get it wrong. I didn't start my business with money. I didn't start my business with loan.
We hear that a lot, but how did you start your business, for example?
Well, I build on relationship. I got into logistics by accident. And at times necessity. And if you are a serious person, necessity can direct your future. I got into logistics out of necessity. But whilst I was in logistics, I was buying maize and selling maize, ordinary maize. From maize, I was still in logistics. I was buying coffee. I moved to Techiman, Enchi, and all the rest, all the way also to Hohoi to buy maize during bumper harvest. I haul all into a warehouse, go back and continue my logistics business. Lane season, I sent them to Agbogboloshi. I made so much money. I made money that you can never imagine. Most of my friends said, you are a bro seller.
Abeleche.
Abeleche, Meanwhile, I was making good money. I started buying Robusta coffee. I lost money by taking risks there. I bought a whole warehouse of coffee, and I left for Pennsylvania, Lehigh University, to run a course. One thing I didn't let go was my education. If I can pick a first degree, I didn't rush to go to school. I didn't rush for a degree. I rushed to make money. Why do I rush to make money? I need to make sure that the path I set for myself is right. 15 years later, I went back to school to pick a degree. 4 years later, I went back to pick my master's degree. And the difficult part of my journey was when I was doing my master's degree, because at that time, I was liquid. I remember I have to buy a motorbike and rush to campus for lecture. And with all this stress, a lecturer can give me C. And very painful if I look at the effort I put into it. That's the real world. Midnight, I'll wake up and I'll be learning, and my wife will ask me, why all this? I realized I was even disturbing her. I have to move to another room, put my legs in water to even be sleeping. You know? One day, a lecturer gave me C. I look at my paper. I look at the whole school.
We can relate, can't we? When you get an A, you got an A. But if it's a C, the lecturer gave you C.
Funny enough, at that particular point, I look into my bank account, and I had over $40 million. And I said to myself, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? But you see, why I brought this story up is there's something in life called discipline. Whatever you put your mind to, whatever you put yourself up to, you can do it. It doesn't matter whether you got A, B, or C, or D. But you want to have your master's degree. You want to make money. You want to do whatever you want to do. You can do it. Say to yourself, I can do it. And that's all you need to do. It is not difficult. It's up to you. Let the world go. Don't be distracted. Just get focused. Now, there are a lot of distraction going on in your head, your relationship, your family, work, and all that. And it's even killing our own integrity. I will wake up and realize that this is not me. Why am I changing? But maybe you walk out of here, this room today, you say to yourself that I want to be me, and I'm determined to make it.
Mr. Macaulay, a 20-year-old Daniel Macaulay is standing before you now. This is what I wish I knew 2023. What do you wish your 20-year-old self knew?
20 years, you got to be a fighter. You got to be courageous. I wish I was more courageous 20 years ago. I wish I listened more and talk less. I wish I took more time to reduce my mistakes by learning from those who had made their mistakes already. I read more books than I did. So 20 years ago, I would have been a better person than today, but I don't think I miss out much.
So that's Mr. Macaulay's word to you, because in 20 years, this would be you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Daniel Macaulay, your final word to us before we rise. These are students who are inspired by you. Your colleagues tell of your philanthropy. Your foundation has done great work. And now you have people who want to be you. What do you say to these people?
Let me tell you something about the Entrepreneur Challenge. A lot of people think the Entrepreneur Challenge is about money, doling out $100,000 to the winner. No. Recently, I was telling even my team that I work with that it is not about the business plan. It is not about the money. It's not about anything. But the idea is the man behind the business. You can come out with the best business idea, but you wouldn't be able to manage a business. It's not everybody that can handle a business. This world, we have three types of people. We have people who have all the ideas in the world, but they cannot do anything for themselves. When you talk to the person 1 minute, brilliant. He'll give you all the ideas. But if you say take a step, it's difficult. We have the second type of people. They don't have ideas. But when they grab the ideas, they run with it and they make sure that it works. We have the third type of people. They are only 2% in the world. Those who sit, conceive the idea, take the idea, run, fly with the idea, and make the idea very successful. So you have to identify who you are. At times you need partnership. At times you need people. At times you need somebody to start something with. So you have to know yourself. Failure is okay. As you continue failing, you're supposed to know that maybe you need to have somebody by you. So, coming back to your question, 20 years is even, 10 years is even too much for you. You can start making it now. You are not far from making it. I can assure you that.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you'll all join me. Let's give a round of applause to our ace business magnate, Mr. Daniel Macaulay, who's done so much. He's spoken to us from his heart. I wonder if a couple of you have some questions for him. I'm sure he would not hesitate to answer some of them. The quickest two I would take. Mr. Macaulay, just 5 more minutes perhaps to take some questions from your biggest fans. A hand here. Yes, I'll take one question from you. Yes, go on.
So my question is that we are in this world that they say, take risks, don't take risks. So you said that you lost your 1 million when you were 28 years on a risk that you took. So how do you talk about young people like us taking risks? Should we take it or we shouldn't take it?
To be or not to be, that is the question, Mr. Macaulay.
You cannot be an entrepreneur without not taking risks. There's supposed to be an instinct of risks in you as an entrepreneur. You can't be a Pharaoh to be an entrepreneur. Pharaohs don't get there. Forget it. You should have something in you that should be moving you. Every move you make is a risk. So you got to take depending on. But one thing I'll leave with you, don't touch what you cannot manage. You should know that. Never touch anything you can't manage. You'll kill yourself.
Yes, okay. So don't touch it if you can't manage it. Good answer. Yes, I like that. One more. Yes.
Dr. Macaulay, please, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon.
I'm Ohene Asante, and I'm a product of your interview. I watched your interview on Joy FM with Juliet Ibrahim, personality profile. And I remember you saying 70% is about attitude. In fact, your interview inspired my mindset. And I went to read a book called The 4 Ds of Life. The first thing I found was dedication. And it told me that if I'm dedicated, I should be determined to pursue the cause. The third was diligence. The Bible says the substance of a diligent man is always precious. And it told me discipline. Discipline means you must always do it. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So it tells you how much of an impact that we make, even when we are unconscious about making an impact. Any ladies to ask some questions? Women empowerment? Okay. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Daniel Macaulay. And by all means, make sure you get copies of his book and read the book so that you can learn even more from his inspirational story. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for them. While Mr. Dr. Macaulay is still here, we'll kindly crave the indulgence of all our distinguished speakers to come so that we share a photograph with him. How about that? Please put your hands together. Let's invite all our speakers to join him as we share a photograph. And if you are taking the photograph and you're sharing it, remember it's with the hashtag WIWIK 2023_UGBS. Is that okay? And please feel free to go on Twitter and share the experience. If you're being impacted, give us feedback, join our community. By the way, we are live on YouTube, on Apex Human Consult. You want to connect there and share the experience so someone can be a part. Wonderful. All right, thank you very much. We'll take a break now. And after the commercial break on the screen, you will hear in your ear good music from Reynolds the Gentleman. Are we ready for Reynolds the Gentleman? He's right after this commercial break. Let's enjoy.
Whatever the occasion, with ATL, you can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life. Whatever the occasion, with ATL, you can never be out of style. ATL, bringing fabric to life.
Be smart, be outstanding, benchmark. How relevant are your skill sets with your evolving role in the workplace? At Benchmark, we only provide high quality training in globally recognized professional credential to enhance your personal value in ACCA, CFA, PMP, FRM, including practical business application courses in financial modeling, computerized accounting, and many more. Contact Benchmark Learning Center, Okponglo Junction, Legon, or visit Benchmark.
Has been one, getting family businesses to the top, and with the following values: leadership, excellence, adaptability, and discipline. We are building the family capital of enterprising African family businesses to ensure continuity for the next generation. Ravens Consulting GH is there to help family businesses succeed through education, governance, consulting, and events like the Africa Family Business Summit AFBS, which is the biggest gathering of family businesses and business experts. With our experience and technical know-how, we are ready to serve you. For partnership and enquiries, please contact us today on.
And for my second set, I've decided to share some of my original songs with you. I hope you enjoy them.
want money, oh. It be like say, everybody they search money. It be like say, everybody they want money, oh. It be like say, everybody they search money. So if you want money, raise your hand. If you want money, raise your hand, no. I see you, say, if you want money, raise your hand. If you want money, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, here we go, son. Suka. Every day we dey hustle for this money. Morning, night, and noon. Money they call me, money they call you, money they call us, yo, money. Time be money, and me raise sika. I never they waste my time, never time. Opinion they wanting money. I got friends who wanting money. I got friends who pocket money. Hey. Opinion they wanting money. I got friends who wanting money. I got friends who pocket money. Yeah. It be like say everybody they want money. Oh. It be like say everybody they search money. It be like say everybody they want money, oh. It be like say everybody they search money. So if you want money, raise your hand. If you want money, raise your hand. 1, 2, take it away, say. One more time. Thank you. Let's go. I want to hear you sing it. Let's go. Get back. 1, 2, 3. Are you ready? Say, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. How do you feel? How do you feel? It's a party. Come let me chill. Say, oh shit. Everybody, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's go. Let's go. 1, 2, clap. Let me talk to them. Let me wait. Suffer no good. Suffer no good. Suffer no good. Oh. Suffer no good. Forget your troubles. Them bust loose. Hey. It's a party. Come make me chill. Say, I'm feeling good. How do you feel? In the back, how do you feel? It's a party. vocals on the guitars. Let's go. Thank you so much. I have one more song to do, and then I'll. This one is called Brahmin Chain, for the ones that are, missing their loved ones. Enjoy. One more single, no. Come and see me. I'm sharing money, and I'll show you how to, yeah. It's all part of the business. It's my business. Are we ready? Technical glitch. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, son. I want to see you on your feet at least. Listen, this is good music. Aye, I see you. One more time. Feel free to dance. Hey. Sorry, Nessa. Take Brahmin chair, all day. Brahmin chair, midway. Epa, go guitar, man. Yeah, fine. Brahmin chair, all day. Brahmin chair, midway. Can I say it again? Brahmin no de Brahmin me de. Big man, come with me. You're my G. Brahmin are you ready? Make time for 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'll show you how to find the girls. Listen. Wumfonyina yemekete soma odo niwa mintumina mitoko na somenayo adiachi bio na soromayo. So that's what you tell her. Once I'll say Odreja meho amawade miyo. Odreja meho amawade miyo. Epa. Again. Bukweyacho, oda bukweyacho. Masao ketepa, nasumi tumina. Echanecho, Rebecca mehoshio. Echanecho. Last one, happy yes sir. Bukweyacho, oda bukweyacho. Masao ketepa, nasumi tumina. Echa. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, start. Trust you, friend. 1, 2, 3, say. I need another person. I'm coming down. Don't see me when you're no, I'm not taking you. I'm just shaking you. I'm looking for a woman. for a woman. Where am I? This one. Let's go. Put the phone down. Put the phone down. Oh, so much if I sabe woman. Oh, don't see me when you she. But also man. Won't see me that for baby. And so me more cry. I catch my own. I catch my own. Alice. Put your hands together for Janice. Rabbit Ode. Rabbit Ferry. Yeah, one year back. Oh, you are here already. And then that. Rabbit Rabbit Listen. Myself get a bar, Nasu me to Minda, a channel to Rebecca, Memushio, a channel to a channel. Memo on Samba down, has it? Like Manoda. Myself get a bar, Nasu me to Minda, a channel to say 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. My name is Reynolds, the gentleman. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.
Wow. WIWIK is always a package. Thank you very much, Reynolds, the gentleman, bringing a bit of spice, helping us to shake ourselves and get ready for the next segment, which is going to be a step in the right direction. We are climbing higher and higher in this knowledge sharing experience. So we're going to have our recipe table. It's a conversation we're having with some of our distinguished speakers. I'll let you into who is in that conversation. First, we have a managing partner of Audrey Gray, which is a legal tax and compliance firm in Accra, Ghana. She's a seasoned legal and finance professional. She's a member of the Ghana Bar Association, and she's a member also of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome the managing partner of Audrey Gray, Madame Audrey Nade Kote. Okay, so second person we are inviting, we saw him earlier on. I'll tell you a bit about him. He is the CEO of Ravens Consulting GH, a premier family business consulting firm in Ghana. And he has provided business development consultancy to many businesses across Africa. He is the editor and publisher of the Family Business Africa magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Dennis Otting. Now, this is the home of business, and a key partner is Grasshag, the graduate school. And we have a member who is an alumni of the Grasshag body. He is a politician. Ladies and gentlemen, the communications director of the NDC, Mr. Sami Jemfi. A round of applause for him. And through the power of technology, we have one more panelist who will connect with us. She is the co-founder and CEO of Crescendo Consult, a financial advisory, executive coaching, and consulting firm. And prior to this role, she was the country director for ACCA Global. She has extensive experience in investment banking and finance. She's passionate about serving people to attain financial and spiritual liberation through knowledge sharing, advisory, and people development through coaching, mentoring, training, public speaking, and lecturing. She's a John C. Maxwell certified coach and trainer, and she's a speaker. She's an alumnus of many institutions, and guess what? Of the University of Ghana Business School. Connecting with us online, ladies and gentlemen, Madame Doris Ahiati, the CEO of Crescendo Consult. It's great to see her again. And to facilitate this conversation, let's receive again the host of the breakfast show, Madame Thelma Taki.
I hear someone refer to me as Madame, I look at myself again and I say, hey, who are they referring to? But you see, we might start different things in little ways, but all too soon we find that we are catching attention. But we want to catch the attention for the right reason. In today's world, it's easy to catch attention, but for what reason is what you need to ask yourself. Let's put our hands together for these august women and men that are at the table for catching attention for the right reasons. I'm honored to be a part of this conversation and to be your moderator. At the end of the session, I'll invite some questions once again. So as you listen to some of the things they have to say, do make some notes. And when it's time, I'll give a couple of you some time to ask your own questions. So we have quite a few issues to digest here. And perhaps I'll start with the ladies at the table and on our Zoom platform. Ladies in the house, what do you say? Yeah. Awesome. So Audrey, Dr. Dennis is here, Sami as well, and also Madame Doris, who's joining us on Zoom. We are talking about thriving in uncertainty, and this conversation is going to focus on intrapreneurship and entrepreneurship. We are in a society where we are told constantly that the answers are with young people. We are told constantly to work hard and stay focused and be committed and dedicated, and we will make it. But we know that it's not always about that, because there's something called uncertainties. I'll start with you, Audrey. What are your thoughts on this theme, and do you think it is in the right direction, considering where we find ourselves, especially within corporate and economic Ghana now?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, and thank you for welcoming me here. I'm an alumni of the University of Ghana myself, so I'm very happy to be here with you
homecoming.
today. Thank you. I think the topic is it's a sensitive one, but it's come at the right time. We're at a place where Ghana has seen tremendous changes in the past 3 to 5 years. I know a lot of the discussion so far has been on entrepreneurship and how you can make a name for yourself out of entrepreneurship. But there is also something to be said for intrapreneurship, where you join a business, join a dream, join something that is already happening, and then bring yourself to helping to build the dream and then to becoming something better for yourself. I think there's a lot of uncertainty, but then we do have a lot of opportunities as well and a lot of chances to be able to grow. We're in a place where technology has grown to a point where you can do anything, you can be anything. So even though we are in a situation of uncertainty, if you do believe in yourself and you thrive to be the best that you can possibly be, the opportunities are endless.
So as someone in the legal field, when we talk about entrepreneurship, what do we mean for legal reasons?
Okay, for law firms like mine, what we try to do is to develop entrepreneurial skills within the business. So you join the business, we do, my firm, let me use my firm as an example. We focus on taxation, we focus on corporate law, we focus on insolvency. So the question is, what is unique about you? What are you bringing to the table that nobody else has? We are constantly looking for new products, new innovative ideas, new ways of doing things. As the business grows and as the partners grow, you realize that your ideas are a cake. So you are constantly looking for young people who come with fresh ideas, who come with a lot of confidence, and who are able to communicate those ideas to get the business to grow to a different level. So for us, the question is, what are you bringing to the table? How can you bring your own innovation and your own ideas to make whatever we are doing better, to maybe channel us in another route, and then to do things in a different way? There's always a better way of doing things. So as an entrepreneur, what are you going to bring to the table to help us to get better at what we do, or to branch into a different circle? But the thing is, you need to be able to own what you have, the skills that you have, and you need to be able to convince the people within your firm that this is a good idea, I'm ready to go with this, and I am ready to push this to make sure that it happens.
So entrepreneurship, you're already in this space, but you have to carve a niche that makes you unique and special. Is that what we are saying?
Yes, you have to show why you are unique, why you are special, and what is the unique products that you are bringing. You can always do something better. You can always bring better ideas. There's always a way of doing things better. Nothing is perfect, and there's always opportunities for growth. Within my firm, we believe in growth. We do a lot of training. We do a lot of development. But then you are training people who you know have something to bring to the table and are able to help you also to grow. So you yourself, you have your personal goals. This is what you want to do. How do you fit what you want to do into the business that you find yourself, so that as the business is growing, you are also growing and building your own skills? So it's a balance between your personal interest, the business interest, and how you can find a way to merge the two. And it depends on you.
Finding a firm balance, and this is something, Sami, you're very familiar with, because when it comes to the world of politics, finding a firm balance, especially in these times, is very, very necessary. Why would you think preparing as young people about to graduate from school, should we focus on intrapreneurship and entrepreneurship, especially when it comes to politics? Because many young people want to be young leaders, and many find politics to be the avenue to live out that dream. What would you say about entrepreneurship, and politics?
Well, thank you very much. Happy to be here. Like the first speaker indicated, we live in a country with a lot of uncertainties. Without sounding political or partisan, I'm sure majority or everybody here will agree with me that it is very challenging today in our country to find a well-paying job as a graduate, or even to start a business and excel in that endeavor. And therefore, a lot depends on you as a person graduating from school and confronting these challenges, these uncertainties in our society. And that is why I think this program is a very great idea, and congratulations to the organizers and the leadership of this great association for putting it together. With regards to the question you asked, for me the starting point has to do with the investments you make in your person. Because what you have in you is what you can give to your world. And therefore, managing your time effectively as a graduate or as a student or as a young person is very, very crucial, given the times we find ourselves in. You need to be an entrepreneur and excel at that. You need to be a person of value. And to be a person of value, you need to be a person who constantly invests in him or herself. What do I mean by that? You must be a constant learner. You must be a person who has an insatiable appetite for knowledge. You must have an unquenchable thirst and hunger for knowledge, and consciously strive to make yourself better every day by learning new things, by being the best in whatever endeavor you find yourself, and with whatever task you are entrusted with. And so this applies to all fields, not just politics. Because to excel in politics, to excel in business, you need to have this attitude of constant learning, always striving to be better,
always striving to know more. And you need to appreciate the fact that you need to appreciate the scarcity of time, that time once lost cannot be regained, and that no one has extra time. So whatever time you have now, make the best out of it. With regards to the theme, what I wish I knew, I would tell you what I wish I knew maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago when I entered KNUST as a first-year student. I wish I knew the scarcity of time, because all the time I use in watching the English Premier League, arguing with my mates at Unity Hall and all that.
Sabi. The league is about, it hasn't, don't let this get into Manchester and Arsenal and Hearts and Kotoko.
Well, I wish sincerely that I had invested much of that time into learning. Well, I've made amends and I learned a lot, and I'm reaping the benefits of that. Because what you end up being in life is usually not the product of what you learn in school, but what you learn in your life as a person. And so that is my first point. Secondly, mindset is everything. Mindset is everything. Even in the area of entrepreneurship. I'm not an entrepreneur. And after business magnates and muggles like McDan and Mr. Boaben have spoken, who am I to attempt to speak about entrepreneurship? But I have come to learn that it is not, like they have said, about a good business idea or capital or connections. It is not even about the economy, neither is it about hard work. For me, the starting point always has to do with your mindset, how you think, the ideas you have, your philosophy of life. Because it is that mindset that will determine your level in whatever endeavor, your level of success in whatever endeavor. And so my advice to my colleagues here, young people here, graduates, or even like students here who will be graduating in the next couple of weeks or months, is that have a positive mindset, the can-do mindset. Shun the mindset of negativity, the mindset of limitations and fear, and strive to do more for yourself, strive to be the best in whatever you're doing, and the sky will be the starting place for you.
Thank you, Sammy. I'll go to our Zoom platform now to speak to Madame Doris Ahiati. Doris, you are into financial advisory, and you basically advise people on how to manage their finances. You advise businesses as well. When you talk about entrepreneurship for your field, what does that bring to mind for you?
Thank you very much. Let me say hola and buenas tardes. I'm joining you from Barcelona. I'm happy to see all of you. I've been following the conversation since it started. My apologies that I couldn't be there in person, but thanks to technology, I feel like I'm truly benefiting from what is happening on the ground. As a financial consultant who provides a lot of service and support to many businesses, the way I see entrepreneurship, I actually came up with an acronym, and that acronym is BCOPA. I think that this is the way I would like to summarize what it essentially means when we talk about entrepreneurship and how I want to see it manifest in my field. Number one, which is B in BCOPA, B stands for business acumen. In our field, I would like to see that people are able to identify opportunities. They are able to smell from far away the things that contribute to money flowing into a business, and also the things that contribute to the business losing money. I often have to work with clients who think they need money in order to scale their business. They need money to even take off with their innovative business idea. And it also has been that sometimes working with them to diagnose the financial health of their business, sometimes we are able to identify a means to unleash financial resources from the business itself. So sometimes people think that the problem is money, but it's not always money. And I think having that business acumen, that understanding of how a business makes money and how a business loses money is very important. So B for business acumen. The C bit for me is contribution. And it's essentially referring to people understanding that they make a difference when it comes to the business outcomes and the impact that we want to create in the business itself, in the lives of our customers, the people we serve, and the society that we dwell in as a whole. Contribution. You need to understand the fact that you are not just here to earn a salary and go, but that whatever you are doing is contribution towards something bigger. And your role in there, understanding that you must contribute and taking that responsibility and ownership, which is the O that comes in B Corp, to take that ownership, to do something, to take an action, will actually enable the business achieve its goals. The P we have in there would be problem solving. I was telling Dr. Ben behind the scenes that after the two stalwarts have spoken, there was no need for us to have this panel conversation. And I just want to add that, like they said, it's important that you identify a problem that you are contributing to solve. And so long as there is that need, which you are feeling, then to me, you should see yourself as contributing in an entrepreneurial way. And I think that it doesn't matter where you are sitting, whether you are sitting in somebody's organization or in your own organization, demonstrating these: B Corper, B for business acumen, C for a sense of contribution to addressing problems that we have, contributing to the desired outcomes and results, or owning the process, not waiting for people to chase you, not paying eye service. When people are watching you, then you take some action, and when nobody is watching you, then you go to sleep. P, that problem-solving mindset, where you are not waiting for people to come and take care of that thing which you see is out of order, contributes to what entrepreneurship means for me. And A for me will be accountability. Sometimes I'm supporting clients, sometimes they may be staff of an organization, and sometimes they may also be business owners. But the interesting part for me is when it's business owners and they are, for example, not paying themselves a salary, and they actually draw money from the business to take care of their personal needs. I think that, to me, breaches what accountability means. And accountability at its peak would have you put yourself on a salary and then actually manage that salary like everybody else on your team. And if you are able to bring yourself to that level of accountability, it becomes easy for you to demand accountability from the people that you are working with, to demand accountability from all your stakeholders, business partners, as well as giving it, because you've demonstrated that sense of accountability ab initio by putting yourself on salary. So this would be how I interpret it. And I believe that if we operate with this attitude, with this posture, with this meaning of being intrapreneurial, you essentially build the qualities that you need if you have to translate it outside of an organization where you are working as an employee to work elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How many of us know someone who owns a business who pays themselves a salary? How many? I see one hand here. Audrey's hand is up. So is it safe to say that 98% of business owners draw their daily expenses from the business money? Is that a fair assumption? So the experts are saying, don't what? Don't do that. You have to pay yourself a salary and then live within the confines of that salary. It's a reason I've never tried to venture into business, because if the money is sitting there and I have the stake, the dog cannot bite me. But if you're going into entrepreneurship and you're going into entrepreneurship, you can't do that, because that is business money, basically, is what Doris is saying. Such a fascinating concept she has to explain. I'll come to you next, Dennis. Family business consultancy. Is it pretty much the same principles? Because the speakers say, build yourself, use your time wisely. Audrey says, find what makes you unique. And Sami said, time management is important, and Doris has given us all these key principles. What would you have to add when it comes to someone in from your experience about how we should prepare ourselves and our minds to take advantage beyond the conversations of work hard and all that?
Okay, so in a family business field, family businesses are they have some challenging issues. And I always say that adversity does not discriminate. And because of that, you always have to prepare for a bad day. And family businesses have issues like death. A death of a founder can just collapse the business. Even a pregnancy of a business owner can greatly affect the business. It can be mental impairment, accidents, and any issue that you can think of as in a family. And combined with challenges of a business, businesses have their own challenges. So the family business concept has 3 circles. It has the ownership circle, the family circle, and then the business itself. Challenges in any of these circles, these subsystems, can greatly affect the whole system combined. So if there's a challenge with the family, it can affect the business. If a CEO misbehaves, it can also affect the business. And the owner, or any of the owners saying that, I want to relinquish my shares, that can greatly affect it. Or a business owner can say, I'm bringing somebody to be a board of director on my behalf, and that board of director can greatly affect the business. So all these things combined, family businesses are special because they have the most greatly challenges, especially when it comes to this continent. Because of that, we have to make sure that the next generation in the business are also prepared. Entrepreneurship is being displayed by the first generation or the older generation. So based on the entrepreneurial skills, they set up a business, like the gurus like McDan setting up a business. After setting the business, now you need some group of people to also, with a different vibe, with a different skill, to also come in and transfer to the next generation. There's a general quote in family business practice that says that 30% of the business just transcends to the second generation, just 30%. And then 3% transcends to the third generation. So there's that 13-3 rule. And it has to be dissolved. And this is the reason why entrepreneurship is very important. And the older generation has to accept it, that they have to build competence of the next generation. The next generation also has to have that mindset that I will also pursue excellence. Because internationally, the standards are there. It's not because I have you as a son, I have to favor you. You shouldn't come in and then misbehave because you are a wife or a husband. You understand? So that competence should be there. The spirit of excellence should be there. And I think it will be an amazing field for you to work in. When you go back to the family business and you exhibit competence, you exhibit integrity, and you are on top of issues, displaying enough of professionalism, I don't think it's a bad thing for you to enter the family business. And entrepreneurship has to be played by the next generation. There's a concept called ambidexterity. I shared WIWIK last year. Ambidexterity means that there is an existing process that has to be improved, and then out of that, you are also looking outside for opportunities to come in the business. So having that two-face, and it's a Roman concept. They have a god called the Janus god that has 2 faces. one face facing inside and one face also facing outside. So combining together, you know that entrepreneurship is where the face is this way, and entrepreneurship is the face that is also facing outside. Trying to bring in concept, and there's something also called the cross-fertilization, trying to build from other industries, also learning from other industries, improving the process inside. And all these things in a family business is entrepreneurship. And that makes sure, and it will help you transcend to the generations and generations and generations. I don't think there should be an excuse for anybody in the family business to do what they like. They have to, as Doris said, pay yourself, put up a better structure, and make sure you, and I think, for me, family business is better. Let me sound political. It's always better.
It's a fascinating concept because we get told constantly, if you work in the corporate space, for example, once you resign or you retire, the benefits stop there, right? You cannot pass your HR job on to your child, your niece, or your nephew. But if you have a family business, there is a greater opportunity for you to give that person a chance to make the company work.
Yes, sorry to interrupt, but for me, the family business is always the end because people retire and they want to start a business.
So at that point, it's too late.
No, it's not late. It's not late at all.
The financial lady is just smiling because now she's thinking, well, pension money, how is that going to set a business up
it's
for
not
you?
late. Some have to build on the experiences that they've gotten along the line. And it's not wrong at all. Some may not have, and as I introduced, you do not bootstrap when you are barefoot. When you don't have any resource, you don't have any underlying family business when you were growing up, you don't have the experience because you have to get an experience in order for you to play this right. So if you don't have it, it's not wrong at all to build on this. I have a lot of friends who started businesses. I had a classmate started his business after he went on pension. It's not late at all.
Well, my mom, and however she's going to find this, somehow I'm sure she will hear about this. She started off as a singer because she couldn't complete nursing school. I can't carry a tune in a bucket, so obviously that family business is not for me. But luckily, I get to speak, and I've been told that I speak well. So when you put your talents together, you realize that your own talents point you in a certain direction. Your own passions point you in a certain direction. And we are told that usually that's the first step towards identifying your niche in life. So we've gone around the table once, and I'll start this one perhaps with you, Sammy. Finding what works for you. We are told to look inward and look outward. We are told to look everywhere else. What would you tell this young person who's watching you about how they can arrive and choose? Because sometimes we have multiple interests, and not all of us can love football, but we have other interests. What can you tell that young person about how to make their interests a profession?
Well, I think that, like you said, it starts with what you have a passion for. You may have many opportunities available to you. You may have multiple fields of interest. But what do you really have a passion for?
Give us an example from your life, Sammy.
Well, for example, I'm a lawyer by profession. I have a degree not in law, but in another field. Okay, and I have, say, in environmental science. And I have mates and friends who work in that area. And I know a lot of people who are doing well in that area. I have friends who are doing very well in legal practice. But I don't have, even though I have studied all these things and I can function within all these fields, my passion is politics.
So you are not afraid of the courtroom?
I'm not. I practice law as and when I get the time so that I don't get rusty. I do that. But what gives me satisfaction, what gives me fulfillment is to have a platform within which I can serve my society. I can inspire young people. I can inspire, people who need that inspiration. And I get that satisfaction and fulfillment more in politics than in any of the other fields that I can operate in. So you may have access or many opportunities, many interests, but what gives you that satisfaction and fulfillment?
Some people have found that satisfaction, but they find, and I'm staying with you a bit longer, Sammy. They find that access to get their foot in the door is the problem. In Ghana, we call something whom you know. If you don't know Sammy Jemfi, if you don't know Dr. Dennis, if you don't know Audrey, if you don't know Madame Doris, nobody's giving you a chance. How do we cross that hurdle?
First of all, it depends on the value you have invested in yourself. Because people will seek you, or people will come to you or give you an opportunity when they believe you have something to offer. And so, yes, it's about whom you know sometimes, but the people you seek to know once upon a time knew nobody. So a young person who may have the passion to enter politics may say, I want to know Sammy Jemfi, I want to be a friend, I want him to connect me. But the point is, there was a time that I knew nobody, but I had to start from somewhere. And so to get that space and that opportunity, at least to start as a young politician, right as from my first degree days at KNUST, I had to invest value in myself. I had to learn things that my mates were not learning, read books that they were not reading. And that was my bargaining chip, because when I walked up to people and I spoke to them that, look, I want to do politics, I want you to mentor me, I want an opportunity to speak for the NDC. They had to see, does this guy have what it takes? Does he have depth? You understand? If I had nothing to offer, I am not sure I would have gotten that opportunity. So it comes back to what I was saying. What you have in you is what you can offer, what you can give. And therefore, using politics again as an example, if that is where you want to operate, then make sure that you are a champion, a captain in that area.
You need a thick skin to fend off the attacks that you no doubt receive because you are in the political space. I want you to speak directly to that young politician. I believe strongly that Ghana's next great leader may very well be in this room right now. So everything that we need to learn from these great brains that we have on this platform, let's milk everything today. So, Sami, there's a young woman, a young man looking at you right now thinking, I'm next. They're about to graduate. Once they step out of the corridors of UG, what paths could they take to politics as you have?
Well, the first point is to have something to offer. So invest in yourself through learning, through constant study. Number two, take the initiative of reaching out. Don't be the lamenting type, the complaining type, those who always see limitations. So I want to do politics, but there is nobody to mentor me. It's difficult getting access and all that. At this level, this is not an undergraduate level. This is postgraduate, right? Even though I'm sure there are undergraduates here. But once you're a graduate, you've gone to school, you have a degree, you should have the confidence to, whether you want to join the MPP or the NDC or the PPP or the CPP, to go to the offices of that political party, wherever you can access, be it the national level, the constituency level, or the regional level, approach somebody who inspires you and talk to them. Share your interests with them. Make yourself available to work. Now, because your question has to do with politics, I will just use politics to explain this. Not all human beings are the same. Not all politicians are affable. Not all of them are open. Many of them are very busy. When you talk to them, chances are that they may even forget who you are. You may struggle in reaching them even through a phone call or text messages and all that. There are many people here that I'm sure may have numbers of politicians, maybe including myself, that they text and call without any response. But don't give up. Don't give in. We all went through that. Be persistent. A gentleman made mention of a certain word, very important, diligence. Be persistent, keep pushing. And whatever opportunity you get, if you are not breaking through, say at the regional level or at the national level, go and start at the constituency level. But if you have invested in yourself, you can even start at the polling station level and people will take notice of you. And in no time, you'll be promoted. It doesn't matter where you start from, okay? It matters what you have in you. There are many people who started this enterprise of politics way before some of us were even born or ventured into politics. I started off at the university level as a TAIN member, became TAIN PRO, became TAIN president, became a regional communication team member, went back to be a constituency communication team member. In no time, a national communications team member, and then eventually the national communications officer, a position I've held for 5 years. And so it doesn't matter where you have to start from. If you have invested in yourself and you consciously strive for perfection to improve yourself, people will take notice of you and you will be given an opportunity even at a higher level.
Thank you so much for those tips. I'll come to you now, Audrey. In the legal field, there are many routes into the courtroom or outside the courtroom. What route did you find worked for you? And the perception that reading law is hard. How many of you have heard that? You have to read all these really bulky, chunky books, laws which were made in 1960, which, you know, some of which the English cries, Charlie Shakespeare, Blofusane. And even the difficulty in getting to Makola. There are people here who are law graduates. They are probably thinking, perhaps I should do, you know, law. But they are thinking, maybe it's too hard. What would you have to share to a young person who is aspiring to be in your field?
Okay, I think there are many ways to kill a cat. You started the question by asking about the route to the courtroom. Now, I am a lawyer, and I can proudly say that I have never represented a client in court before. Over my 7-year career, I've never stepped in the courtroom before. I think it's important to find your niche. What are you passionate about? I know there are a number of people trying to get into the law school, and there are a lot of rejections. But as a young person, you have one thing to your advantage, and that's the advantage of time. You have the time to keep trying. You have the time to improve yourself, to keep getting better at what you want to do. When you asked me the question, I remembered a young boy in my firm. He came in straight from undergrad, and the first time he came, I told my secretary, "Don't waste my time. I don't need that. He's not a lawyer. I don't need him." But what this boy did was, every week he would come to the office twice, thrice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and he kept on coming until he was able to speak to me. Now, when he spoke to me, I told him the same thing. I don't need you because you're not a lawyer. Then he said, "No, try me out, do something." So I gave him something to go and do for me, and he came back and he did it excellently. And I'm proud to say he performs excellently to this date. But the point is, you need to prepare. Whatever it is that you want to do in life, you need to be prepared. Opportunities will come. Opportunities will always come, and they always come unannounced, unexpected, and when you least think that something is going to happen, that is when a door will open for you. Now, the question is, are you prepared? Have you learned enough? Have you grown to the point where when that opportunity comes, you would be able to take it and you would be able to excel and shine to the point where people recognize that you have something to offer that is worth taking a second look at? I don't think law is the ultimate. Yes, it's a means to an end. It's a great profession. But if you cannot get into the law school, if you can't practice law as a barrister, like what most of us want to do, what else can you do? I'm a chartered accountant, and I practice taxation. I practice corporate law. I write laws. Is that another path for you? if you are stuck at the law school, I see a lot of young students who get stuck at the Mokola phase. They can't make it into the law school and they just leave it there and they give up and start doing something else. I don't think if you are passionate about the law, giving up is an option. It should not be an option for you. You should find every means and ways of making your dreams come to pass. I don't know what it is with the younger generation, but I do see a lot of laxity, a lot of everybody is relaxed. Everybody believes that you'll make your first million on social media. It could work for a lot of people, but not everybody. So the question is, what are you doing to prepare yourself for what is coming ahead of you? If you are not able to do law, if you are not able to find yourself in a courtroom like myself, what else can you do? What else are you doing to prepare yourself for better opportunities that lie ahead? Because trust me, even within the legal field, most of the best opportunities are actually outside of the courtroom. Most of them are outside of the courtroom. I remember when I decided I wanted to become an entrepreneur, I quit my law job in one day. I just went to work one day at my firm and I quit, and the same day, an opportunity just came. And that opportunity was actually something that opened the door to my legal practice and where I am now. That was an opportunity to actually be part of the team that wrote the Companies Act. And I was able to take that opportunity because I was ready. I was prepared, and I just jumped into it. So you need to constantly be passionate about what you are doing. Whatever it is that you're offering, definitely somebody would need what you have to offer. But you need to be ready to offer it to them and to package it in a way that people would find it useful. I think there are opportunities all around us, whether in law, whether in finance, wherever you find yourself, there are good opportunities. But you need to be ready. You need to constantly learn, constantly train yourself, constantly endeavor to be the best of the best of the best, so that when somebody comes into contact with you, there's no doubt that you are the person that they need to take them to the next level. And whether in entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship, your star will definitely shine one day, and you'll make a name for yourself wherever you find yourself.
Thank you, Audrey. I think I'll give the next one to Dennis. Recently, we've been told that small and medium-scale businesses are the worst hit by the global financial crisis because of what the world witnessed with the pandemic. How do we build resilience at the conception stage to ensure that we give the family business that we are envisaging the strongest possible foundation to withstand any shocks that will come down the line? Is that even possible?
That's very possible. When you talk of conception stage, you are talking about the owners, because in the growth of a business, you have to start being an owner-manager. If you are lucky, you are an owner, and maybe your wife becomes a partner, or your partner or couple, or a brother or a sister and auntie becomes a partner. And at that stage, that's the conception stage, if you are talking about conception. And at that stage, you have to understand the role of purpose, and the purpose birth the mission, the vision, and all the whole strategy that comes with the business. You have to start with that first. You don't start without having a purpose for the business. You don't start without building the business on values. So you have to get the purpose right, you have to get your values right. And then you have to decide to build a better culture for the business. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes some people get it better because they work with other companies and they come and then they use that experience to build. But when you don't get it that way, you have to be conscious to do that. That is the conception stage. Family businesses have to understand that it's a Bermuda Triangle, where you are playing with power, money, and love. These triangles is dangerous for you to play within.
What a combination.
Yeah,
power,
if you know,
money, and love.
Yeah, power, money, and love. And if you know about the Bermuda Triangle, you are students, so you know more about the Bermuda Triangle. It's a dangerous place for you to play with. And if you're not careful, you just dissolve everything. At the conception stage, you have to understand. You have to give a place for money. You have to give a place for power. And you have to give a place for love. If you're not able to differentiate this and you combine them, that's a Bermuda Triangle for you. And I want to share 4 cardinal attributes that family business owners and starters have to get. You have to build courage, you have to build temperance, you have to build justice, and then you have to be wise. That's wisdom. So 4 things: courage, temperance, justice, and wisdom. Oprah Winfrey said something, and that's the reason I have this book here. And I put it down. He said, I suffered from the disease to please. I suffered from the disease to please. I was a slave to the needs, wants, and desires of others. I would say yes when I seriously wanted to say no. So you have to be strong and courageous. And courage means having the ability to say no when you have to say no. When it is time for love, you have to know this is the time for love. When it is time for money, and that's work, you have to know that this is the time for work. When it is time to display power, and the person displaying the power has to be accepted that this is the person in charge. I'm not going to use man, because that will be sometimes the women who starts the business. So you have to be courageous to say no. And the society has a lot, especially in the family. And if you're not able to say no to what you have to say to, you just destroy everything from the onset. You have to be wise, and wisdom means you understanding where knowledge has to be applied. You don't say anything at any time. You have to know when to say something. You know when to place where it should be placed. This is wisdom. Application, and the right application of knowledge. So you may go to school. So I'm using myself as an example because I'm also a family business person. I work in a family business and also do the consulting. I wouldn't tell my auntie what she has to know when she's not in the good mood. And that is wisdom. That is the family business. You could, in the normal corporate world, you can pitch your idea in meetings. But in a family business, meetings happen at every time, even at dinner. And when you visit, for myself as an example, if I visit my auntie, it is a meeting time also. But I should know when not to talk what at a time. And that is the wisdom that you have to play within the family business. Talk of justice, you have to be fair. And in a family business, you also have non-family members. And you don't have to be biased and favoritism, showing favoritism and all that. You have to make sure that you are doing the right thing. And that is justice. When justice also can also be in ethics. You have to be ethical also. Everything you are doing, you have to make sure that you are bringing the ethics inside. And the last one I want to share is temperance. And for temperance, I define it as delayed gratification. When you're in a family business, you want to drive a car at a point where you shouldn't drive that car. You've not delayed gratification. There's some monies that you don't spend. You don't spend your seed money. You have to make sure that you have invested the money. When it is coming and the process or the proceeds are coming, that's what you start enjoying. But at the tender age, we have the tendency to show premature glory. But that is temperance. You have to make sure that you control yourself. You are not chasing anybody. Nobody is chasing you.
That's a good point, because how many of us don't want the world to see that we are succeeding? We have arrived. Yes, we are true range, Nibi. I mean, it's a natural thing to want to show outwardly that you are succeeding, especially when the Ibusiafo did not believe in you to begin with. And you have to show them, and the internet aunties as well.
But that's a disease.
Yes, that's the disease. Audrey wanted to add something to your point. I'll come to you, Auntie Doris, because we are talking about money a lot. And I'll put the question to you after Audrey makes her point.
Yes, what I wanted to say was a lot of the time, businesses fail because at the very beginning we're excited, even family businesses and regular businesses, we're excited, we have an idea, we want to run with it. But what I would advise for particularly entrepreneurs is financing is the biggest challenge that you will face as an entrepreneur. Whether you come from a family that is rich, whether you come from wherever, financing will be one of your biggest challenges. Now, what you need to do if you are starting a business, if you plan to become an entrepreneur, is to make sure that you put the right structures in place. I can't stress the importance of this. There's a lot of money in this economy. There's a lot of money in the world, actually, going around to businesses in Africa, to family businesses, to young entrepreneurs, etc., etc. But you need to make sure that when you start your business, whatever the idea may be, even if it's just selling peanuts, make sure that you have the right structures in place. If you are doing a business with your mother is the other shareholder, make sure that you have an agreement written down, signed, so that everybody understands this is what I can do, this is what I cannot do, this is what I expect from you, this is what I do not expect from you. Make sure you have a board of directors. It opens doors for you. You need people that are far more enlightened than yourself, people who are able to show you the right path to follow. Make sure that you find them, seek them out, chase them. If you need to hound them to get onto your board, hound them. Do what you need to do. But make sure that Captain Amwabeng was here today. Those of you who are interested in finance, in financial markets, find him, get him onto your board, put the right structures in place, because what will happen is that international donors would come, they are looking for businesses to finance, and they can't find any, simply because everybody is running the bootstrapping. Yes, everybody is bootstrapping their business. So if you are in this room today and you plan to start a business, please don't bootstrap. Yes, bootstrap as far as financing. Start small, start humbly, start something in a very small way, but try and make sure that you find the right support. It's not expensive, but try and make sure that you find the right support from the very beginning, so that as you continue to grow, you do qualify for the sort of money that you need to get you to your next level. It's very important.
Right.
Thank you.
Because, Madam Doris, you've listened to all the exchanges quite intently, and you made a point in your earlier submission that you don't always need money to start. But at every point along the way, some monies will have to exchange hands. And initially, it's the entrepreneur who has to part with the money, or the one who is carrying the vision that has to part with the money. Talk to us about the risks in the financial space. Recently, our banking sector, the whole financial sector, for example, went into a near crash situation. It had to take some salvation for some monies to be fed into the network to go through the arteries of the financial system to support, keep the hearts beating. For those who want to venture into the financial sector, people want to go into exchange securities, people want to trade in Forex and whatnot, what can you tell them to build their capacity to start off with that idea?
Thank you very much. I think when we talk about risk, I want to come from this background where risk is basically addressing the uncertainties that we deal with. And if you talk about risk and uncertainty, being alive in itself is a risk. There's so much that we cannot be certain of when we wake up in the morning, when we set out to go ply our trades, our profession, when we're coming back. We saw the explosion on the streets of Johannesburg yesterday. Life in itself is a risk. But the beautiful thing about risk is that being able to identify the risk also affords you the opportunity to identify measures to address and to regulate that risk. And so, of course, you don't want to be caught in a scenario where you have not anticipated, you are not able to forecast, and you don't have the flexibility to alter your plans, and you don't have a contingency measure that helps you to bounce back as a resilient business should those risk consequences occur. And I think one of the key ways that sometimes we address risk, having a business continuity plan, or also having insurance. Insurance is one major way that we try to cover ourselves, get some cushion against whatever risk. There are many different kinds of risk, including professional indemnity for those of us who provide professional services. So that is another way that you can cushion yourself against the risk. And then there is diversification. where you want to ensure that there are different product lines, there are different revenue channels that you have, that there are different products, different offerings. So should there be an uncertainty become a reality in one product line or revenue channel, that you can depend on the others and stay afloat for a while. And so long as we talk about business and we talk about financing, you know, Strive Masiwa has a quote. I may not be able to quote it exactly, I'm paraphrasing. And he suggests that integrity is actually capital, just like money. And you can accumulate that kind of capital, which is integrity. Now, the advantage that integrity as capital has over money is that it goes further than money. And so when we talk about the possibility of starting business without capital, we often hear entrepreneurs, I think I just heard Mr. Moabeng sort of allude to that fact, that you can build on that integrity, that leverage, that trust, the relationships that you have. And all you may be bringing may be the idea, all you may be bringing on board may be the credibility, maybe that can-do attitude where when you have to take an action, you just go ahead and you take that action without procrastinating. All these can contribute to you being able to get your business off the ground. We know of entrepreneurs who have been able to get goods, services supplied to them in advance and on credit, and as the business turns it around, they go back to pay. Maybe it's not been disclosed, I'm a poultry farmer, and this is a time where a lot of the poultry companies in Ghana are collapsing. Ours has not collapsed. And I believe that it's partly some leverage that we are enjoying as a result of some credibility that we have with some of our suppliers. Okay, so yes, definitely you need money to change hands, but money changing hands is only a means. We say money is a store of value. It enables you to close transactions. And sometimes there are other ways that we might be able to close those transactions without necessarily having money involved. Even barter is something that can also be considered. So yes, I mean, financial consulting, and like you said, there's a lot of funds that comes to the continent. Those investors come, there's a JC quotes I'm also paraphrasing here, and he suggests that a customer will not give you a penny unless you are giving them value. So you should ask yourself, what is your value proposition? Not in terms of what you think you are doing or you are giving, but from the perspective of the customer benefiting from your service or product. What are they saying you are doing for them? What is that problem that they say you help them to solve? If there is that clarity around your value proposition and customers see that clear value, they are usually willing to pay you. And once they are willing to pay you, that's the sustainability that you need. That's the leverage that you can now use to secure some funding. Sometimes entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs alike forget that the funds that are coming, they are also looking to shop for value. Those funds coming from all these international agencies, I serve on a number of accelerators, advise all kinds of entrepreneurs who are accessing these funds on different programs. But you have to always bear in mind that that person's money is not a gift, it's not for free. They need you to convince them that the money coming into your business is going to be put into good use, that it will generate value, and that you would have the capacity to pay back that money with some profit on it. And you need to put certain structures in place, because they are definitely going to do what we call due diligence, to assess and evaluate whether your business has that capacity to meet their requirements and expectations. So put all these into consideration. How much integrity do you have invested in that business? how much integrity do you have invested in that business?
Right.
How is that integrity manifested in the level of compliance with basic business operations, procedures, and structures? Are you registered with the various authorities, Registrar General Department, the tax authorities, GRA, VRA, the employers unit, SNET, Tier 2? How compliant are you? How clear is your value proposition? Because once you have that value and you have the structures, then we can be assured that money is flowing in. So there may be uncertainties, there may be risks that you take insurance again, but it's only a matter of time and process. When we talk about organic growth, if you skip the process, you can have challenges and you can magnify the extent and the scope of the risks that you have to deal with. But if you are growing organically, you have the benefits of time to take your time, be nimble and agile, learn as you go along. Even if you don't have to bootstrap and you have a lot of money to pour in a business, it will not be prudent to just start outright and pour everything in. You want to prototype, you want to test your prototyping, do feasibility and all that to be sure that, yes, this works before you start getting into the
Doris,
phase
I wish you could keep
of scaling.
telling us more. I wish all our speakers could keep telling us more, but we are very much constrained for time, and I want to give everybody the opportunity to also have a say in this. A few of you raised your hands wanting to ask questions. Let's appreciate once again the people who are on the panel with us this evening. Audrey Nade Kote, Managing Partner, Audrey Gray Law Firm, a corporate and tax attorney. We have Dr. Dennis Oteng, CEO of Ravens Consulting, a family business consulting firm. Of course, we have Mr. Sami Jemfi, NDC Communications Director, and Doris Ahiate, who is CEO of Crescendo Consult. They are into financial advisory services. Ladies and gentlemen, show by hands if you have some questions. We have to wrap this up in about 10 or so minutes so that I give you the opportunity. Please go straight to the point so we can get as many as we could. I see a hand towards the middle here. Yes, gentlemen. Could we pass the mic to the gentleman if we can? Yes? Otherwise, can you project? Can you hear me from there? Can you hear me? So try, let me hear you. Let's see if it works.
So we'll take just one question, all right? So he's asking whether
Does
we
integrity, can we do it on integrity?
With integrity.
Okay, who wants to go with this one? Can we do it? Can we make it with integrity?
So we'll take
another question. Okay.
And then we'll have the responses. Any more question? Any question at the back?
I have the microphone.
All right, great.
All right, so during Mr. Macaulay's presentation, he said one of his major challenges was with HR, human resource. And I also have a startup, and one of my greatest challenges is finding the right people to work with. And he said during the organic stage, one of the important things is to find a way to turn around that situation. I wanted to ask the panel if they have any suggestions on how to mitigate that kind of challenge, finding the right team to work with. Thank you.
So integrity, finding the right people. Who wants to have a go at this?
Hello. Especially without money, as a startup, when you don't have money, it's very difficult to find the right people who are qualified to do the work. So without money, too.
What kind of business are you into? Your startup, what kind of business is it?
Okay, so we have a multi-vendor e-commerce platform where we try to support retail and wholesale businesses, especially the brick and mortar retail and wholesale businesses, by giving them tools and resources to create an online storefront for them to have an e-commerce or an e-tailing version of their stores. So it's basically like a website, but then we have a website that has other websites in it. So other small businesses that will have a website in our website without going through the stress of creating a website and hosting and all that. We also have other services we
Selma.
Right. I'm guessing that Madam Doris may have some thoughts to share on this because it's e-commerce. So how do you respond to the second question? Finding the right people to work with.
I wanted to quickly jump to something that Warren Buffett said. And Warren Buffett has been an entrepreneur since he was about age 11. Currently in his 90s, I think that he's a proven evidence if he's saying something, an authority in the field. And he says that for you to succeed as an entrepreneur and in your personal finances, there are 3 things that are important. He says they are passion, energy, they are energy, intelligence, and integrity. But the greatest of them is integrity. Can you make it with integrity? Yes, because someone has that storefront, someone has that infrastructure of the website, someone has all that it takes, and if your integrity is compelling enough, they would be willing to say, start with this. Rent it out to you or give it to you for use for free until your business has stabilized. I've seen this, I've heard and read many stories about this. So yes, it is possible. But there's no way that I would say any business thrives on only one factor. So integrity seems to be the topmost. Businesses thrive on trust. And that trust element is what is going to make anybody, a business partner, a financier for profit, an angel, trust you to give you money. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So we still have the outstanding issue of finding the right people. So I will take that comment as your final comment for the panel discussion, Auntie Doris, and I'll let each of you also have a last say so that we can begin to wrap it up. And try to factor in our young people's questions in your final submissions as well. Audrey.
With the human resource question, yes, human resource is a challenge in Ghana. But with the young man's question, he's in a very strategic position because he's in the IT space. What you need to do, what I would advise that you do is, like Sami has been saying, learn as much as you can. Learn how to put a person specification together on your own. You don't need much money. You don't need any money at all to do this. Sit down and think, who do I need? What are the sorts of people that I need? Put it into writing. And then go on social media. It's free. Advertise. Start to advertise. Start to talk to people on social media to see if you can identify the sort of people who would be good for your business. There are lots of events that go on now. Attend them. Try and find like-minded people who would be able to help you in your business and approach them. Give them a value proposition, a reason why they should join you or why they should partner with you or why they should join your firm. And eventually, if you are persistent, you will find the right fit for you. It's difficult, but it is possible, and it's possible for free. Now, when it comes to my final words, I would say integrity is non-negotiable. There's no other way to make it in Ghana. I know that there's a lot of corruption, there's a lot of horrible things that go on. But yes, integrity is expensive. But when your name is clean, when people can stand and say, I know that this person is trustworthy and this person has integrity, that is the foundation on which your business will be built eventually. Magdan spoke earlier on, and you can see that his business has transcended 5 governments. He started 23 or so years ago. That's 5? Yes. 99. So that's about 5 different governments, looking at the 4-year regime. Now, there has to be something said for the reason why he's able to go through different governments that come. And that, I would say, is integrity. Let your word speak for yourself. Let your word be your word. Let your yes be yes. Let your no be no. Things will come. Temptations will come. But integrity is a currency that will never, ever, ever go bad in any continent that you go to. So as entrepreneurs, please, try to do your best. Always try to add value to yourself. Always try to grow. Always try to develop. And be sure to know that no matter where you find yourself in this world, let your character go before you. Let your character speak for itself.
Thank you
and
so
let people know that you are who you say you are. Thank you.
Yeah, very, very faithful piece there. Thank you, Audrey.
Okay,
Dennis.
so my final words are, you cannot do it alone. In a family business, every business that you want to do, where you want to venture, you can never do it alone. You have to make sure you get the right network of people, and that means you have to be intentional about it. Completing school, ask yourself, who are the irrelevant people in your life that you have to kick off? You have to show some people some red card. I tell you, when you do this, one day you will sit and thank God for the people in your life. There are some people who are just wasting your time, wasting your money, and wasting your precious life. And those people, you have to make sure you are cutting them. And this is very relevant, even to the question that the gentleman asked, that getting the right people to work with. Because of trust, sometimes you have to work with people that you know, people that you can testify that this is a good person, this is a bad person. And it comes by knowing them. And that means you have to build a good network, build good friendships. I can tell you the convener for this event is riding with friends. You understand? So it's very important that you imbibe this good network in everything that you do. I think that will be my last comment for the evening.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you so much. Sami, you carry the evening.
Well, by way of concluding remarks, I am not an entrepreneur. I'm not too sure whether I'm an intrapreneur. But what I want to say is that for anything you want to create or build, please endeavor to build it in your mind first before you attempt to build it in the physical world. Because what your mind cannot comprehend, you cannot handle or possess. And so make sure that if it is a business you want to build, if it's a profession you want to take up, if it's a job you want to excel in, conceive it, conceptualize it, imagine yourself in it, imagine yourself growing it, imagine yourself excelling in it. Build it in your mind first, and the rest will be easy. Finally, a lot has been said. Great ideas, great nuggets of wisdom. But in all this, and from my layman's perspective, what I would say is that in all that you do, don't forget the God factor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been such an honor listening to what you have to tell our young people who have gathered here today, looking for ways to thrive in uncertainty. And we hope that for you young people, this session and conversation on entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship has set you well on your way towards building that idea into a dream. I grew up as a little girl who just asked questions from anybody. Anyone I saw, I asked the person a question. Why are you wearing this kind of outfit? Why is your dress so short? Why are your eyebrows over there? In church, my church aunties did not like me very much. Everyone thought I would end up a lawyer. I still might. So there's some of you here who still have not quite figured out what you want to be. But what we've sought to do with this conversation is to give you some key pointers that basically, no matter what you want to do, the determinants are the same. Integrity, everyone has said it. Build that network that makes it work. What I wish I knew 20 years ago was that it's okay to fail. It's okay not to be okay, but ask for help and get better. We've done this with the benefit of the experience of Audrey Nade Kote, managing partner Audrey Greylong. Please be clapping as I say their names. Be clapping. Thank you. Dr. Dennis Oteng is CEO, Ravens Consulting, a family business consulting firm. Doris Ahiati, CEO, Crescendo Consult, a financial advisory service providing company. And of course, Sami Jemfi, NDC's National Communications Team Director. A round of applause for yourselves for being such attentive participants on this session. I am Thelma Taki. Thank you so much for making the time. perhaps I'll see you again on air for GTV Breakfast Show on Monday at 5:55. Thank you for your company.
Ladies and gentlemen, a resounding applause for them. Interesting conversation. Interesting conversations. Oh, I think we can afford to put our hands together for them until they go off the stage. A photograph wouldn't be a bad idea, so quick one. All right. So when they go off stage, we'll take a message from our partner, ATL, our partners. He also wants his 10. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's receive the sales manager, one of our partners, ATL, Madam Judith Edubia Edumante.
Hello, good evening. I hope you can all hear me. Okay, great. So I'm Judith Edubia Edumante, as you heard, and I'm with Akosomo Textiles Company Limited, formerly ATL. And this evening it's been a privilege to be part of WIWIK 2023, as we're all here learning from our distinguished guests what they wish they knew some years past. They have said a lot. I have learned my share. And yes, I hope you have also learned your share with it. And so ATL is very, very privileged to have been part of this year's WIWIK 2023. But as I stand here, as partners, we also want to give you who are here the opportunity to also get to win something from ATL. At ATL, we say whatever the occasion, wherever people come together, we bring fabrics to life. And we've all come together to learn something. And so this evening, we are going to give you the opportunity to be able to win something good from ATL. So I hope... Yes, so I hope you pay attention, because after everything I say, there will be that little part where we'll test what you've learned from here, from what you heard from the speakers. ATL has been one of the best premier textile manufacturing companies in Ghana, and it's been in existence for some time now. It was established in 1967. So I guess we are old grandmothers and old grandfathers. ATL has its factory at Akosombo. That's where we have our name, Akosombo Textiles. And we have an office in Accra, 40 Kwame Nkrumah Avenue. We do so many things. As a textile manufacturing company, we have several brands under our company. We have what we call Daviva. We have our premium brand, which is our ATL brand, and under that we have Daviva. We also produce for all occasions, for weddings, for engagement, for schools and corporate institutions. You come to us, we'll give you very good fabrics for your corporate wears. Our tagline is, ATL, our tagline is what? Who can say it? Nobody knows it yet, because I'm going to give it to you. Our tagline is, we bring fabrics to life. Yes. I mentioned the year where we've been around for some time now. I said we've been here for 56 years now. That's 1967. There are so many things that we do. This evening, we are giving you the opportunity to win something. So remember, when you need anything from ATL, you come to us. You can buy any of our fabrics too online. You go to www.atlfabrics.com. You can get our fabrics online. On social media, you can find us at atlfabrics.com. At atlfabrics.com. And please remember, when you are buying online, You do not pay to anybody else. Make sure you don't pay to any personal person when you want to buy online. You only buy at atlfabrics.com. Okay, so thank you very much. And we hope you are taking the opportunity to learn something out of this, because what you get to learn here today, you can't sit in the lecture room and learn it. It is only at such programs that you get the opportunity to learn. So whatever you are learning today, tonight, know that some years to come, you also get the opportunity to be able to tell somebody, to be able to let somebody know what you learned today. So once again, to the organizers of this program, we say thank you very much. Thank you.
And so at the sound of that, you know there are some goodies for grabs. You don't want to leave here very quickly. But it's time for us to get to a very high point of our meeting. We started in the afternoon, but it's evening. And we're delighted here at WIWIK 2023 to receive from this woman. She joined Vodafone Ghana in April 2016. She's an HR professional with, guess what, over 20 years experience in global HR experience. And she's leading transformational change in Africa, in the US, and in Europe. She started a career in marketing with multimedia, and she's worked with different companies, including Ernst & Young. And ladies and gentlemen, tonight she comes to share all that she has within her for our benefit. It's with great joy and honor we make welcome She's ready, Arintui. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's welcome from Vodafone, Madam Hannah Ashiokai Ashong. And she's the Human Resource Director of Vodafone Ghana. Please, another round of applause for her. She's our keynote presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the last name is Accra. All right. So, is there a mic I'd like to kind of walk about? Thank you. Good evening. Thank you very much for sticking with us. You started in the afternoon and it's evening. And I'm hoping to make the next, I think I have about 20, 25 minutes. To make the next 25 minutes very, how do I say it, educational. I hope that you take something from what I'm about to share. I have learned a lot from, I think I came in around 2:30, 2:45. And from listening to Mr. Macaulay, from listening to Captain Amwabing, I've learned a lot, and from the panel as well. So I've been asked to speak about entrepreneurship, right? Because all my life I've worked with organizations. But I have an 11-year-old daughter. Her name is Otin Krama. And I'm convinced that she has entrepreneurship in her future. Because she has the qualities that I believe, some of the qualities that at least that I believe makes you a very good entrepreneur. One, she's very creative. She's always trying to come up with some next big idea to sell to all of us in the family. The other thing is she doesn't take no for an answer. She will push and push and push, and the more you say no, the more she'll try to convince you that she's right, and it can be exhausting. 2 weeks ago, she came and said that she thinks that I should be giving her pocket money. Me and her dad should be giving her pocket money. So I told her to do a presentation. I'm an HR person. I told her to do a presentation and come and convince us why we should be giving her pocket money. So she put her everything together. She came to do her presentation. And at the end, I told her that, wow, you did a really good job. The next day, I heard her calling her cousins and her aunties and telling them that she does presentations now, so she'll be charging 100 Ghana cedis. Anybody who wants her to do a presentation. Now, I, on the other hand, like I said, have always worked with organizations, have always liked working in the confines, the structures, right, of an organization. Plus, I like a steady paycheck. You know, that's the thing about entrepreneurship. It's very exciting, But sometimes you don't know where your next paycheck is going to come from, right? I'm sure we have some entrepreneurs in our midst. Now, that doesn't mean that the two of them don't go together. That doesn't mean that as working in organizations that your entrepreneurial spirit has to die. No. My first, after I did my master's degree in the US, my first internship was with a company called Medtronic, and I worked in their division in California, in this small town. It's called Santa Rosa. And in Santa Rosa, it's majority white people. So the first weekend, I remember I had to go and do my hair. So I just went into a salon. And they looked at my hair very strange. And then they did something, okay? They did something to my hair. So after I left, I was like, hey, I said, man, Granny, how am I going to survive in this place? So then I took it upon myself, because I like to be creative. I like to problem solve always, okay? And so that's where my entrepreneurial spirit comes from. So I took it upon myself to start driving around the neighborhood asking people. And I found out very, quickly that in Santa Rosa, there was really pretty much not a lot of black people. There's no salon that caters to black hair. Now, the closest to Santa Rosa that was that had a black population was a place called Oakland. And Oakland is about an hour south of Santa Rosa. So on the weekends, what I'll do with my time is I'll drive there. I would talk to people. And this was in the early 2000s. So Google, and trying to find resources online was still very much fresh. Me, I'm old though. Don't be looking at me and thinking I'm some small girl standing here. So I would drive and I would literally go from place to place asking people questions. Hey, where can I, if I find, black people, I would ask them, where can I go? What can I do to do my hair? Where can I get braids done? How can I get this done, etc.? Where can we find the nicest, the coolest nightclubs, hip-hop clubs, etc.? And I started putting all of that together into a mini directory. And then when I came to work, I was telling my boss about it, and he was so excited. He was like, oh, my goodness, that's brilliant. Because, I was in HR at the time. And it was very difficult for us to attract people into the organization in the division in Santa Rosa, right? Because, one, especially black people, because you don't have all the resources that you need. You don't have the community that sometimes you want. And so I put all that together. She encouraged me to put all that together. And it became something that we put in a new hire orientation. Once somebody started, and once we went to Black Career Fairs trying to attract diversity hires into our organization, it was something that, we talked about as well. I never monetized it. It never even occurred to me that I should say that, Charlie, this one is my idea. But anyway, it is what it is. So, like I said, a few of the speakers before me have spoken at length about entrepreneurship. I'm going to focus on entrepreneurship. And I have to tell you, the first time I heard the word, I actually thought it was a mistake. It was entrepreneurship spelled wrong. So entrepreneurship, what is it? What are we talking about when we say entrepreneurship? So simply put, it is feeding off your entrepreneurial spirit, your entrepreneurial skills, but within the structures of an organization, okay? So instead of going out to start a business by yourself, you are working in industry, you're working in an organization, but then you're also bringing your innovative spirit, your creative spirit, and you're pushing new ideas, you're pushing new products, and that's where you feel that's where you feel your purpose come alive as well. So while I think I've touched on that. So how does entrepreneurship in organizations work? A lot of organizations will tell you that, we like employees who have an entrepreneurial spirit, right? But this is not always true in all organizations, okay? So what does it mean to create an environment where entrepreneurship can thrive in an organization? There are a few things that business leaders have to put in place. Now, at Vodafone, we do this through what we call our org structure, how our organization is structured, right? So you can have a hierarchical structure, which is, you have, let's say, an analyst, and then a senior analyst, and then you have a manager, senior manager, director, all the way up to CEO. That's hierarchical structure. And then you have, there is another method as well, which is called, we call agile organization. So agile methodology, and in Vodafone, we use Scrum, right? And so we have Scrum Masters, we have our squads, and basically it is 6 to 8 people who work in the squad, and they decide. So from conception all the way to, let's say, a new product, right? Or a new idea that we want to test. So from conception all the way to getting it to pre-market and market, that is what they do. And so it doesn't have to go through every hierarchy to get it done, to get a decision, because there's just so much red tape that can happen in organizations. And more, we see organizations putting in place these kind of structures that can make it very easy, right, to get things done or to get a minimum viable product to come out very quickly. Now, we also do this through hackathons. So we have periodic hackathons where employees are allowed to pitch ideas, to come together in teams or either, individual, to come together and pitch ideas to business leaders. And then some of these ideas we actually support, and we put more resources, we put money behind it, and then it goes all the way through to fruition. So when you're interviewing for jobs in organizations, and these are some of the things that you want to do in organizations, you have to be asking the right questions. First of all, you have to do your research about the organization before you go in and see what kind of organization is it. Is it an organization that inhibits growth, that doesn't like people asking questions? Because in order for you to be a creative, in order for you to be an entrepreneur in an organization, you need to be given space to be able to work. You need to be able to fail and not to be judged very harshly for it. You need to be able to pick up and then get resources behind it and then move forward as well. Now, here are some of the things that I think that in order for an organization to promote employees having an entrepreneurial spirit, they have to have in place. So, first of all, a culture that encourages innovation and trust. And that does not punish people. I think I've talked about this. That does not punish people for trying out new ideas and for failing at these new ideas sometimes. Failure goes hand in hand with innovation. And I think you've heard that being spoken quite a bit today. People have to know that it's okay to test new ideas, to push boundaries, and in the quest to find the best solution or service. Now, Adobe, which is one of the biggest companies, has a program. It's called the Kickbox program. And every new employee who starts is giving a red box. They call it a Kickbox. And it includes everything that you need to come up with a new idea. Okay? And it also includes a $1,000 gift card. And you can use that $1,000 to fund or to start the new idea that you're talking about. And then, of course, it has to go all the way through pitching it and to ensuring business leaders that the idea that you have can actually be taken elsewhere. And Adobe indicates that since they started the program, they've seen their annual ideas that go from idea to phase step, that go from idea phase to mock-up actually quadruple. I've talked about a hierarchical structure and how this and red tape will quickly kill innovation. If there are layers upon layers upon layers in an organization, ideas can die very quickly before they travel to the top. So if you're the kind of person who always wants to try new things, who wants to try your hand on new things, you have to do your research and find out if that's the organization that will support something like that. That's not the place to flex your entrepreneurship muscle. You will suffocate. Organizations trying to be innovative and attract employees with an entrepreneurial spirit have to work in a very agile manner. And the third thing is we have to build an organizational culture that is open, right? And open comes with trust. So for employees to innovate and bring new ideas that are in line with your strategy, they have to know and understand what your strategy is, where you want to go as a business, and what values you stand for. Otherwise, people are just working in the dark and will waste time on ideas that are not in line with where you want to go as an organization, or worse yet, they won't even try. Your organization will be where people's entrepreneurial spirits come to die. entrepreneurial traits, right? Entrepreneurial traits. So I was reading this Harvard Business Review article that lists 10 traits, the characteristics of an entrepreneur. Now, I'm not going to list all 10, but there was a few that I just wanted to talk about. I think I picked about 3. So first of all, one thing that they talked about a lot is curiosity. You have to be curious. And you have to have an inquiring mind that is always questioning and that always wants to do things better. Why do we not have this in place? Or why do we do this way? Is there a better way that we can do it? Right? So you have to have curiosity. And second is being comfortable with failure. I think Mr. Macaulay talked about that as well. You have to be comfortable with failure. If you're not, you give up very, very easy and then, withdraw into your shell. It's not going to work. You have to know that 75%, it's estimated that 75% of new businesses fail. So you have to have heart. It doesn't matter how much research you do. It doesn't matter how much money you've pumped into an idea. You have to understand that the chances that the business can fail is real and it's there. And so the other part of it as well too is be careful who you discuss your business ideas with. And be careful, even in organizations, right? Be careful who you choose as your mentors. Be careful who you choose as the people that you run ideas off of. Some of the people will tell you, once you start, they'll even listen to what you're saying. It's not going to work, right? Either because they're jealous or they want to present the idea for themselves. I call them CIK. Do you know what CIKs are? Chief Idea Killers. So you have to be very careful of surrounding yourself with chief idea killers. If you have a friend, every time you start talking about some idea that you got, Charlie, could feed this one there. The third one that the article talked about was being decisive, your decision-making prowess. Because you will never have all the inputs you need to make a decision. So a lot of business leaders, right, this is one thing that they grapple with. You have to make decisions without having all the inputs that you need to make, that will make you comfortable enough. You will never be 100% comfortable enough with all the inputs you have, but you have to decide and you have to make a decision and then move on. Fail and fail fast. And then you pick up and then you run again. So, like I mentioned, the 10 characteristics that the Harvard Business Review article talked about, and you can research it. You can go to hbronline.com and then search for 10 characteristics of entrepreneurs, and it will come up. But there was one thing that I wanted to add to the 10 that wasn't on there. And, surprisingly, everybody here has talked about it, and it's integrity and trust, And somebody asked that in the world in which we live, is it really possible to operate with integrity still and with trust? And the answer is yes. Integrity and trust will never go out of business. If you have that, you have everything. You truly do. Can people trust, if you have a business or if you have a brand, can people trust you and your brand to deliver what it is that you're promising? I call it your say-do ratio. Okay? So what is your say-do ratio? Some people will promise you the world. Even things that you haven't even asked them to do, they will come and promise you. They are sitting here somewhere. And then when it comes to the delivering, the actual doing of the thing, you call them, they won't pick up. Right? Especially if you started a new business. Now there's so many businesses online. Social media has allowed us to build businesses. And if people try you once, people call you and they ask you, you're going to do a delivery of a service. And then you promise them, by Friday morning, madam, I'll be there. Friday afternoon, Friday evening, Saturday. They're calling you, you're not picking up. They'll be patient and wait for you to bring that thing. After that, you think they're going to call you again. Because there's a plethora of businesses. Like, there are people doing so many things that you are doing. So I don't have to waste my time with you for too long. I try you once, and then I move on. So your trust, your integrity, your say-do ratio, if you show you're going to show up, you have to show up. And you have to deliver what it is that you're saying. Be very slow to promise, and be very quick to deliver. So be slow to promise, and be very quick to deliver. So pay attention to your say-do ratio. And this is true no matter where you are as an entrepreneur, or if you're working in an organization, okay? So as you go through life, trying to figure out your why, trying to figure out your purpose, and whether it's the path of entrepreneurship or intrapreneurship, your why will lead you to what it is that, brings you joy. I think it was one of the speakers was talking about, I think it was Captain Amwabing. If you're going to work and you're always moaning and groaning and complaining about Charlie, Monday is coming again. I mean, yeah, every now and then we all complain about Monday, but if every day you're complaining, then is it really the thing for you? Is it really what it is that you want to do? Are you passionate about what it is that you're doing? Now, don't get me wrong. You have to do a lot of jobs on your way to building your career. Now, what's the difference? So, a job gets you a paycheck, right? You need money. All of us need money to survive. We have to pay the bills. Now, your career is what it is that is your purpose, what it is that brings you joy, what it is that you're passionate about. So you have to take those jobs on the way to building your career. Some people are very lucky. Some people start out and immediately they know what to do. They start doing that, and that's what they do all their lives. Now, that's the very lucky few who have it figured out right from the beginning. If you don't have it figured out now, please don't worry. Please don't panic. 1999, I graduated from the business school here, so University of Ghana Business School. I told you I'm old. And I did marketing. Yeah, I ended up in human resources, but I did marketing. So a lot of the time when I meet with the youth and I'm talking to them and I'm telling them, like, I always try to push this point that, so we panic, especially when you're getting to final year and you still haven't figured it all out. You feel like, I haven't figured out my life yet. I don't know what it is that I want to do, right? It will come. But what you cannot do, right, what I always tell people is you cannot be stagnant. Everybody has ideas coursing through their mind. Everybody has different ideas, right? So whether it is finding that job, whether it is finding that unpaid internship, and sometimes it has to be unpaid. My very first job was working with Joy FM when it started, and it was 1995. I was one of the pioneers. So this was immediately after A-levels, and the lecturers were on strike for a year. So we all had to figure out what we're going to do within that 1 year. And Joy FM had just started, and it was like 5 minutes away from my house. I lived in Kokomeme. And so I walked there, and I told them that, hey, I was looking for a job. And somehow they trusted me, and they put me, on radio. And that's how I started. And when I started, the next year when I came to University of Ghana, started the business school, I worked all throughout, So and if you ask me today, was I paid or was I not paid, I won't be able to tell you. Sometimes we were paid. Sometimes, you were just excited to be there, to be part of something that was bigger. And the experience and everything that I learned from those few years at Joy FM have been invaluable. It's not something that I would give up. And so sometimes, and some others talked about it too, sometimes we're such in a hurry to make that money like right now. But the experience is just as important. The experience on your way there is just as important, okay? There was somebody who asked the question regarding, I'm a startup, I can't pay much, but I need people to work. I need human resources. So what is it that there's a bridge to bringing those together? Because sometimes I meet a lot of business leaders who are like, Charlie, human resources is my biggest problem, getting people to come and work. And especially for startups, I can't work, I can't pay enough. But then we have students who are in tertiary institutions who also want the internship opportunities, who also want the experience. So how do we bring the two together? which is another business idea somebody may want to look into. But I think my time is up. Thank you very much. Like I said, if you don't have it all figured out, please do not panic. It will all come to you. Just don't be stagnant. Find something to do as you're trying to figure it out. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Too many lessons for one night. Wow. A round of applause for her, please. So we'll treat you to a performance, two performances actually, to help you digest all. We have LK, he's a poet in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome LK with his poetry rendition. He's coming all the way from this side. A round of applause for him.
Hello. Hi. Okay, hello, my name is Elom. Okay, so I go by the name LKD. LKD, that's EL-KAYDEE. I rep Scribes Poetry, and I'm from the School of Communication Studies. I did my undergrad in engineering. Right now I'm in School of Communication Studies. I'm almost done, by the grace of God. Okay, so today I just want to treat you to a few words, so please pay attention. Doyens, dignitaries, academicians, undergrads, and graduate students. Sacred embodiments of industrial and scholarly excellence, percipient personalities poised and primed for prosperous pursuits. It's about time. It's about time to get down to business. Society's apparent busyness and neediness may spiral you into dizziness, but stay focused, dear listeners. We know not why we cannot deny these times defy the logic of certainty, but certainly we must stay focused. It's time to get down to business. In a place riddled with riddles and constant need, there is no guarantee that you are going to succeed. But see, Ghana is in need of you, leaders, creators, innovators, ideators, motivators. To stay motivated, it's time to get down to business. Let's talk enterprises. It's time to enterprises and enterprises. The cost of knowledge cannot enter your price list. What you have learned today is priceless. So please, keynote, key in. Key the info into your minds. Yes, it's time to get down to business. Go by the numbers and calculate this. Do you have what it takes? Do you have what it takes to take risk, make it, and break even in all times? Do you have what it takes to take risks, make it, and break even in all times? Of course, avoid risk. But please, be not afraid to take risks. When challenges plot and hit, flip the script, then script that flip. No matter the probability, you can move above the average. Acquire assets from your abilities, no lie. It's time to get down to business. Your brand may not be in or on top of the market, but mark it when I say Ghana is in need of you. Characters with candor and confidence, creatively combining competence and capital to make loss a lowercase, illustriously learning and linking, leveraging labor and land to land returns, rationally rallying resources and resources to raise capital. It's time to get down to business. And whether you are in a company or not, whether employed or self-employed or exploring employment options, have the potential. You have the potential to make a difference, not only in your pockets, but the pockets of people around you. So, please, remember, chase not the money, but seek ye first the value, needs, and solutions, and the money will be added to you. Breakthrough, peswa by peswa. We push to production, press to position, pitch to perfection. I may not be a professor yet, nor a prophet, but I profess that may your pursuits produce prolific profits in Jesus' name. As you listen to the words of wisdom and ceaseless gain. This is a monologue of encouragement to dialogue. Let's talk. As we share ideas of development on these bright topics, rid yourselves of the kill and die logic and let's get dialogic. Ladies and gentlemen, here to partake and witness. It's time to get back to business.
Need I say anything more? Another round of applause for him. And now the next performer, ladies and gentlemen, his name is Bernard. When he comes on stage, the rest of his name he will show us. A round of applause for Bernard. And for the record, it's not Father Bernard.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, I don't feel the energy. Good evening, everyone. Yes. Yeah. Are you ready to be amazed? Okay, so relax in your seat. In the next few minutes, brace up. I'll make you question reality. Are you ready? Oh, so please clap for the poet. He's an engineer turned poet. I'm an electrical engineer turned magician. Yeah, the irony. Well, so this is it. We are all here to talk about business. There are people with different business ideas. There are some people who are very little as this. There are some as middle-sized as this. And there are people who have very big business ideas, like the other one. Now, the question is, am I making you see what you are seeing, or am I making you see what I want you to see? Well, make sure you don't blink. So basically, I think from what you are seeing, this is the short one, right? And where is it? Okay, I think this is the middle-sized one, and this is the long one, right? Yeah. Oh, right? Is that what you are seeing? What if I told you? Good. What if I told you that's what I'm showing you? No, you wouldn't believe until you decide to watch carefully. And you watch, and watch, and watch, and watch, and watch, keep watching, and watch, and I don't know how you come to have 1, I think 2, and 3. Yeah, people clap at this moment, but you missed it. Basically, so you have 1, I think 2, and 3. Okay. But can I get someone random? Yeah. Oh, yeah, MC, please come. Okay. Yeah, please come, real quick. I'm going to note the ends of this. Now you see what I'm seeing, yeah? Of the same ropes. Kindly hold that knot. Hold the knot. This is it. In business, if you put in all you've been taught, you are called an entrepreneur. You become the same. But then if you go the extra mile, clip, massage, and pull towards you, you are able to distinguish yourself. And I don't know if you are seeing what I'm making you see now. You are able to distinguish yourself to the extent that now there's a very small one, unknotted from that side. Yeah, unknotted from that side. No, untie it. The very small one comes, and I think the very long one. Okay. So one final one. Can I get 2 random people? I decided not to talk to anyone. No, I'm not going to cut your head. No. Real quick, 2 random people. Maybe a boy and a girl. Yeah, please come. A male and a female. Oh. Yeah, let's clap for him. Okay. And, okay. Please clap for them. Yeah, one of you should stand here. Oh, yeah. Oh, come. We will use you. Yeah. Yeah. Real quick. There is this phenomenon. I don't know how you call it, but have you ever experienced some before? You think about something, let's say a song, and a car zooms by, and the car is playing that same song. Okay, I don't know if it's magic or a natural phenomenon. What's of this? You discuss someone, and all of a sudden the person barges in. Talk of the devil. Is that magic? No, I don't know, but we are going to try something here. I have with me plenty cards, right? Kindly hold it and blurt out as many as you can see. Like mention out what you can see.
Okay. Think of a nickname. Think of a city. Think sports, blogger, passcode, phone app, animal, country. An item found in the hall, right. TV station, high school.
So in essence, I just want to show you there are myriads of stuff to think about here. Thanks. No, leave it. Okay, please, we've exhausted your use. Kindly sit down. Let's please clap for her. Thank you very much. So in a brief moment, we are going to select random stuff and think about it. Don't mention it out. And don't show anything on your face that can let me see what you are thinking about. Is that fine? Yeah, kindly stand a bit here and please move here. Okay. Okay. I hope it's okay. Yeah, that's fine. We are going to come to you. But for you, I'm not even going to do anything. Now, no, hold on. Look into my eyes, right? And stretch your left hand. Yes. Okay, no, in your right hand. Put it in your left. Yes. And look at me. Now with your right thumb, flick to any page. Don't watch yet. Look at me and flick. Have you gotten a page that's like, yes. Look at whatever is there. Don't say it out. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so whatever it is we are thinking of is logged. And I think same for you, right? Yeah, you can keep it I don't want to see it. Like, is it mazed somewhere? Yeah. Or you don't want to keep it in? You don't want to keep it? Okay, that's fine. So I mentioned the phenomenon, right? Please pick your phones. You would understand. If you don't pick your phone, you are going to miss this. What you are thinking about. Goodness, coincidentally, I think what you are thinking about somehow relates to music. I might be wrong, but that's the feeling I'm getting. So you are thinking about something beautiful. You can nod if I'm right. Yeah, you can nod if I'm right. Something beautiful, yeah? Okay. We are thinking about... Okay. We are thinking about... I think it's a living thing. It somehow either sings or talks or something like that, yeah? But keep thinking about it. We'll come to you. I think... Gents, okay, so I don't really know. I think this has to do with either I'm confused. So no, hold on. There are 3 things which all make sense. I think one, it has to do with a robot, right? Somehow. It's somehow robotic. Somehow. Okay. Next, I think this thing... I think it's in recent trends. Like, somehow. Yeah. And it relates to music somehow. Yeah, but yeah. Okay. Then the last one is either an actor or a movie, but somehow, yeah? Yeah, please take your phones, go to Instagram if you have the Instagram app. If you don't have, look at your friend's phone. Else you miss it. Please pick your phones. Are we there? Open your Instagram app. Are we there? Yes, kindly go to the search button and search for Bernard the Magician. Please don't say anything out yet. Bernard the Magician, BERNARD THEMAGICIAN. Yeah, don't worry. If you're impressed, you can follow. If not, it's up to you. Are we there? Bernard the Magician. If you are there, say I. Please don't say anything yet. If you are there, say I. Now check my first pinned post. That was posted, I think, somewhere 23rd November 2022. That phenomenon where you discuss someone and the person enters might happen here. Please, in one word, tell everybody what you are thinking of.
Please, I don't want. Okay, so I'm thinking about. Okay, so I was thinking about what I will learn today. Yeah. Is it this one? Also, think of the bird parrots.
I think she's thinking about parrots, right? So I think that's 1 out of 1. And please clap for her. Yeah, she missed the assignment. But that was posted some months back. Now the moment of truth is up to you. Please check my bio. My bio. What is about me? Don't say it. But I think the first 4 words has something to do with what he's saying. Please, in one word, what are you thinking about?
Terminator.
Okay. Thank you very much. And that's my time. I posted Terminator some months back, and I think they are thinking about those things. It's a fun meeting you. Yeah.
All right. So WIWIK is a whole package. WIWIK is a whole package. I trust that with this, we haven't forgotten all that we've learned tonight. Have we forgotten all that we learned tonight? All right. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite to receive a partner's comment, one of our partners. Like you are aware, many people have put together this knowledge sharing experience that we've been beneficiaries of. Can we have some quiet? Thank you so much. So ACCA are our partners, and I want to welcome from ACCA Mr. Kweku Enim. He'll give us a partner's comment. A round of applause for him.
Hello. Hello. Great. Good evening to you all. I'm very mindful because between you and dinner, and when that happens, you don't want to talk too much. Basically, ACCA is the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. We're not all about accounting. We're about business and creating business leaders. Today, you've heard about entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship. Now, the bottom line amongst all these things is business. Now, if you're looking for a qualification that can give you an advantage in business, wherever you find yourself, you're looking at ACCA. You don't need to be a chartered accountant to perform at the highest level. We have different qualifications and certifications that can allow you to study, that can allow you to gain insight in business. Across the major facets of accounting, finance, business, law, and all of these things. It gives you a framework to learn with. So even if you're looking for, you just want basic business skills, basic bookkeeping skills, if you're just starting out, or you want to go the full haul to become a chartered accountant, ACCA is for you. We've been around for 120 years, And because we don't have so much time, if you are interested in ACCA, kindly just Google ACCA and go to our website, accaglobal.com. If you're interested in any of our certifications and you want us to call you back, just text ACCA to 1945. ACCA, text it to 1945. Or send us a WhatsApp. Our WhatsApp number is 050. Please take this number. I'm not Bernard the Magician, but please take this number. 050 425 0110. 050 425 0110. Store this number. You may not decide today you want to do ACCA, but what you would find is you get to the workplace, you start working, and then your boss or whoever is in the organization will tell you, have you heard about ACCA? And what you wish you knew was doing ACCA when you started in school. So please give us a call. From time to time, we do organize orientation sessions to give people insight on what ACCA is all about. So we'll be posting on our WhatsApp status or on our Facebook page, ACCA. So just follow us on Facebook. Save this number that I've given. Let me just mention number once again. 050 425 0110. Or text ACCA, doesn't matter whether it's caps or small or whatever, ACCA to 1945. On Monday, we'll give you a call. Thank you very much. I wish you the very best.
All right, thank you very, very much. Can you hear me? All right, so we made you a promise. ATL is in the house. Are we ready for this one? Okay, so there are questions you're going to answer, 10 of them. So I want 10 people. 10 people, please come and line up in the front, and then we'll quiz you. And when we do, please come, 10 of them, just 10. Ladies, gents, 10. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 10 of you, 10 of you. Very quickly, and we'll call it a night. 10 of you. Do we have 10? Do we have 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, thankfully she's not coming here. So, no, I didn't know, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just perfect. All right, thank you. So, can we get a microphone for them? And maybe you can take this one. So since you took the microphone first, you answer the first question, okay? And if you get it right, you get your package from ATL. Is it a good idea? So we'll go like that till we exhaust all the questions. Are we ready for this? Pardon? Are we ready for this? Okay. So first question is, what is the tagline of ATL? What is the tagline for ATL? If he is unable to answer, we'll move to the second person for the second question. The tagline for ATL. Okay, he's not gotten. A round of applause for him. Please pass the microphone. Please give it up for him. A round of applause for him. Thank you for coming. So the second person, question is, where is the ATL factory located?
Akosombo.
And she won that. Congratulations to you. A round of applause for her. Third question. What does ATL stand for?
Akosombo Textiles Limited.
Akosombo Textiles Limited. A round of applause for him. The fourth question is, where can you buy ATL fabrics online? In 5 seconds, we'll give her a round of applause. All right. So, a gentleman in the blue, what is the Instagram page, the handle on Instagram for ATL? It is at
ATL Fabric.
A round of applause for him. Congratulations. My lady, what is the Facebook page of ATL? What's the handle?
ATL Fabric.
A round of applause for her as well. All right. In which year was ATL established?
1957.
Pardon?
1967. 67.
Please say that again. Oh, let's have some quiet so we can. 1967. A round of applause for him. And the last, not the last one actually. So what's the slogan of ATL? The slogan of ATL. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him. All right, so you're going to mention for us 2 brands of ATL. The first one is... Another round of applause for him. So, for you, question number 10 is, how long has ATL been in existence?
67 years. 65, sorry, 65.
65. All right, for this answer, I think we can all do this. Please do this with me, and let's give her a resounding round of applause. It's 56 years. So the answers, so that we know more about our partner, the tagline for ATL is bringing fabric to life. It is located at Akosombo. ATL is Akosombo Textiles Limited. Their web page for which you can buy the fabrics is atlfabrics.com. And on Instagram and Facebook, it is at ATL Fabrics. They were established in 1967, and the slogan is, whatever the occasion, wherever people come together, you will find ATL, bringing fabric to life. And the brands of ATL are Daviva, Treasure, ABC Wax, and ATL. And how long has ATL been in existence? Is 56 years. How about a round of applause for all of you? So we're drawing the curtain down on our program today. It's been absolutely fascinating. How many of you enjoyed it like I did? Wonderful. WIWIK 2023 was brought to you under the auspices of Apex Human Consult. We are available on social media. Please connect with us. Let's get our phones and do this very quickly. Please go on to Facebook, onto Instagram, and onto Twitter at Apex Human Consult. Apex Human Consult. And on YouTube, we've been live, so you can go there as well. Apex Human Consult. Please like, subscribe, and share. In fact, share the link, share the link, share the link. All right. So let's do that. Let's connect. Quick information as a way of saying thank you, because right from 3 o'clock we've been here and been a part of this exciting experience. Grasshag, we've done this with Grasshag, and as their way of saying thank you, they are having a live band session. You don't want to miss it. It's happening at Legon Hall, Annex C. Please make your way there. That's where the official after party for WIWIK 2023 is happening. Is that okay? But just before we draw the curtain, it's in order for us to hear from the convener of WIWIK 2023. Please lend your attention to the screen as we receive a message from Dr. Bernard Teria.
An assistant professor in accounting and finance at Bristol Business School, and more importantly, the convener of the What I Wish in You conference. It's an absolute delight and pleasure to welcome you all to the 9th edition of the What I Wish I Knew conference.
Another round of applause for our convener. So, Dr. Teria, we are live. We can hear you. Let's go.
A very good evening to us all, and I would like to say congratulations to you all for making the 9th edition of the WIWIK conference a success. I'm very proud of what we've achieved tonight together this evening. It's everything we had hoped for and more. This week I was reminiscing about the WIWIK journey and realized I was only 21 years when we started out and birthed this idea. And I'm happy that the dream lives on while I even live offshore. This also ties to the concept that Prince Kofi Amwabin talked about earlier on, that we need to put in structures to be able to support our dreams and initiatives. Against that backdrop, I'd like to say a very big thank you to the entire team and congratulate them for hosting this 9th edition of the WIWIK conference. I want to believe that you all agree with me that you deserve a resounding clap in this evening's meeting. I was really struck by the diversity of thoughts in tonight's conversation, and I'll not even attempt to summarize the conversation. It was definitely in-depth conversation and would need time for us to digest it. More importantly, I want to pick up on these words which sort of run throughout the conversation. Words like focus, words like feeling forward, words like value addition, integrity, and trust. Whatever your journey may be, I believe that you'll be able to find these conversations and nuggets very useful to your journey as well. Earlier on, Magdan mentioned something that there are people in life who are full of ideas, but they are not action-oriented. Hopefully, we are sparked to go out and bring our visions to bear and bring life to our dreams. I also like to extend our warmest appreciation to our sponsors and partners who have made WIWIK 2023 a success. Special mention to my very good friend and brother, Dr. Dennis Oten, CEO of Ravens Consulting GH. They've been the lead sponsors for WIWIK 2023. ACCA, and thank you very much, Gamali and Kwekweni Mbwedu, for buying into this idea as well. ATL, and thank you very much, Petra. Benchmark Executive Business School, Crescendo Consults, University of Ghana Business School, and our proud partners, Grasshag, for making the 9th edition of WIWIK a success. Not leaving out our knowledge sponsor as well. A special thank you to our distinguished speakers who have poured themselves into us this evening. I want to believe that you've paid it forward and posterity will be really proud of you. Your experiences that you shared with us this evening were very invaluable, and we say thank you very much. Now that you've had a first-hand experience of what we do, we hope next year during our 10th anniversary, we can come over and knock at your doors to buy into this worthy cause. So I was just telling Jonathan and the team that, for example, Hannah, you can expect that Monday will be at your doorsteps to seek your support for the 10th edition. Audrey will be at our degree partners as well to seek for your sponsorship for WIWIK 2024. So hopefully you can also leverage on your networks and your organizations to support and push this worthy cause as well. Definitely, there wouldn't be a successful WIWIK 2023 if not for these enthusiastic participants in here gathered. You've sat in here from 2 p.m. till about 7:30 p.m. and we want to say Ayiko and thank you very much. And we say make this journey count and make the most of all that tools we've equipped you with in tonight's conversation. Until we meet again, it's thank you for coming and wishing you the very best. And in this world that there's so much darkness, we urge you to be a light in this dying generation as you also harness your entrepreneurial skills. Thanks for making time to attend WIWIK 2023. It's bye from me now and wishing you all the very best.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Teria. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of WIWIK 2023 here at the University of Ghana Business School. It's been on the theme thriving in uncertainty, and we've had multiple conversations on entrepreneurship as well as entrepreneurship. It's been an absolute delight keeping you company. My name is Austin Somwa, and I've been your MC. Thank you again for coming. We'll see you at next year's event, and until then, please share the experience, and for all the information and knowledge that you've gathered, please do it with the hashtag WIWIK2023 on social media _UGBS. Thank you, and have a good night. And while we go, there are certificates that we'll give out to all the volunteers who've helped out with WIWIK 2023. Please stay. Please come all the way to the front here. We'll share a photograph, and then the business development manager for Apex Human Consult will do the presentation. Again, thank you all for coming. God bless you. Good night. And for all paid participants, your certificates are ready at the registration points. Please make it a point to stop by and take them.